Chanting.
Just read the translations
And purports.
and the board. Okay.
No Bengal.
No big ones.
No Bengal. You're not reading the Bengal.
Okay.
See,
No
how
Bengali.
forward-
Yes.
forward.
Jai Hare Krishna. Kishore Kishore Ki Jai. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimati Uniform. It's a name. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gurava Pacharane. Nivesesa Sinyavare Pyaskata Visitarane. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Vedanta Sri Bhaktivinoda Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hare Krishna, Your Lordships. We're reading from Caitanya Charitamrta, Madhya, chapter 13, text 120. While Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was dancing, his ecstasy changed. Raising his two arms, he began to recite the following verse in a loud voice. Translation. Quote, that very personality who stole away my heart during my youth is now again my master. These are the same moonlit nights of the month of Chaitra. The same fragrance of malati flowers is there, and the same sweet breezes are blowing from the Kadamba forest. In our intimate relationship, I am also the same lover. Yet, still my mind is not happy here. I am eager to go back to that place on the bank of the river under the Vitasi tree. That is my desire. This verse was recited by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu again and again, but for Swarup Damodar, no one could understand its meaning. I have already explained this verse, now I shall simply describe it in brief. Fortunately, all the gopis of Vrndavana were very pleased when they met with Krishna in the holy place of Kurukshetra. Similarly, after seeing Lord Jagannath, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu awoke with the ecstasy of the gopis. Being absorbed in this ecstasy, he asked Swarup Damodar to sing the refrain. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu spoke thus to Lord Jagannath, quote, you are the same Krishna, and I am the same Radharani. We are meeting again in the same way that we met in the beginning of our lives. Although we are both the same, my mind is still attracted to Vrndavana. I wish that you will please again appear with your lotus feet in Vrndavana. In Kurukshetra, there are crowds of people, elephants and horses, and also the rattling of chariots. But in Vrndavana, there are flower gardens, and the humming of the bees and chirping of the birds can be heard. Here in Kurukshetra, you are dressed like a royal prince, accompanied by great warriors. But in Vrndavana, you appear just like an ordinary cowherd boy, accompanied only by your beautiful flute. Here there is not even a drop of the ocean of transcendental happiness that I enjoy with you in Vrndavana. I therefore request you to come to Vrndavana and enjoy pastimes with me. If you do so, my ambition will be fulfilled. I have already described in brief Srimati Radharani's statement from Srimad Bhagavatam. In that ecstatic mood, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu recited many other verses, but people in general could not understand their meaning. The meaning of those verses was known to Swarup Damodar Goswami, but he did not reveal it. However, Sri Rupa Goswami has broadcast the meaning. While dancing, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu began to recite the following verse, which he tasted in the association of Swarup Damodar Goswami. Quote, the gopis spoke thus. Dear Lord, whose navel is just like a lotus flower, your lotus feet are the only shelter for those who have fallen into the deep well of material existence. Your feet are worshipped and meditated upon by great mystic yogis and highly learned philosophers. We wish that these lotus feet may also be awakened within our hearts, although we are only ordinary persons engaged in household affairs. There's a purport here by Srila Prabhupada. This is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.82.48. The gopis were never interested in karma yoga, jnana yoga, or dhyana yoga. They were simply interested in bhakti yoga. Unless they were forced, they never liked to meditate on the lotus feet of the Lord. Rather, they preferred to take the lotus feet of the Lord and place them on their breasts. Sometimes they regretted that their breasts were so hard, fearing that Krishna might not be very pleased to keep his soft lotus feet there. When those lotus feet were pricked by the grains of sand in the Vrndavana pasturing ground, the gopis were pained and began to cry. The gopis wanted to keep Krishna at home always. And in this way, their minds were absorbed in Krishna consciousness. Such pure Krishna consciousness can arise only in Vrndavana. Thus, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu began to explain his own mind, which was saturated in the ecstasy of the gopis. Speaking in the mood of Srimati Radharani, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, quote, for most people, the mind and heart are one, but because my mind is never separated from Vrindavan, I consider my mind and Vrindavan to be one. My mind is already Vrindavan, and since you like Vrindavan, will you please place your lotus feet there? I would deem that your full mercy. Purport by His divine grace. The mind's activities are thinking, feeling, and willing, by which the mind accepts materially favorable things and rejects the unfavorable. This is the consciousness of people in general. But when one's mind does not accept and reject, but simply becomes fixed on the lotus feet of Krishna, then one's mind becomes as good as Vrindavan. Wherever Krishna is, there also are Srimati Radharani, the gopis, the cowherd boys, and all the other inhabitants of Vrindavan. Thus, as soon as one fixes Krishna in his mind becomes identical with Vrindavan. In other words, when one's mind is completely free from all material desires and is engaged only in the service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, then one always lives in Vrindavan and nowhere else. My dear Lord, kindly hear my true submission. My home is Vrindavan, and I wish your association there. But if I do not get it, then it will be very difficult for me to keep my life. Purport by His divine grace. Only when the mind is free from designations can one desire the association of the Supreme Personality of Godhead? The mind must have some occupation. If a person is to be free of material things, his mind cannot be vacant. There must be subject matters for thinking, feeling, and willing. Unless one's mind is filled with thoughts of Krishna, feelings for Krishna, and a desire to serve Krishna, the mind will be filled with material activities. Those who have given up all material activities and have ceased thinking of them should always retain the ambition to think of Krishna. Without Krishna, one cannot live, just as a person cannot live without some enjoyment for his mind. My dear Krishna, formerly, when you were staying in Mathura, you sent Uddhava to teach me speculative knowledge and mystic yoga. Now, you yourself are speaking the same thing, but my mind doesn't accept it. There's no place in my mind for Jnana Yoga or Dhyana Yoga. Although you know me very well, you are still instructing me in Jnana Yoga and Dhyana Yoga. It is not right for you to do so. Purport by His Divine Grace. The process of mystic yoga, the speculative method for searching out the supreme absolute truth, does not appeal to one who is always absorbed in thoughts of Krishna. A devotee is not at all interested in speculative activities. Instead of cultivating speculative knowledge or practicing mystic yoga, a devotee should worship the deity in the temple and continuously engage in the Lord's service. Temple deity worship is realized by the devotees to be the same as direct service to the Lord. The deity is known as the Archa Vigraha or Ratha-yātrā, an incarnation of the Supreme Lord in the form of a material manifestation, brass, stone, or wood. Ultimately, there is no difference between Krishna manifest in matter or Krishna manifest in spirit, because both are his energies. For Krishna, there is no distinction between matter and spirit. His manifestation in material form, therefore, is as good as his original form, Satchidananda Vigraha. A devotee constantly engaged in deity worship according to the rules and regulations laid down in the Shastras and given by the spiritual master realizes gradually that he is in direct contact with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Thus, he loses all interest in so-called meditation, yoga practice, and mental speculation. Continued translation. Caitanya Mahaprabhu continued, I would like to withdraw my consciousness from you and engage it in material activities, but even though I try, I cannot do so. I am naturally inclined to you only. Your instructions for me to meditate on you are therefore simply ludicrous. In this way, you are killing me. It is not very good for you to think of me as a candidate for your instructions. Srila Rupa Goswami says in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, for a devotee, there is no scope for indulgence in mystic yoga practice or the cultivation of speculative philosophy. It is indeed impossible for a pure devotee to engage his mind in such unwanted activities. Even if a pure devotee wanted to, his mind would not allow him to do so. That is the characteristic of a pure devotee. He is transcendental to all fruitive activity, speculative philosophy, and mystic yoga meditation. The gopis therefore express themselves as follows. Quote, the gopis are not like the mystic yogis. They will never be satisfied simply by meditating on your lotus feet and imitating the so-called yogis. Teaching the gopis about meditation is another kind of duplicity. When they are instructed to undergo mystic yoga practice, they are not at all satisfied. On the contrary, they become more and more angry with you. Purport. Srila Prabhupada Sarasvati has stated, Caritamrta 5, for a pure devotee who has realized Krishna consciousness through Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, the monistic philosophy by which one becomes one with the Supreme appears hellish. The mystic yoga practice by which the mind is controlled and senses are subjugated also appears ludicrous to a pure devotee. The devotee's mind and senses are already engaged in the transcendental service of the Lord. In this way, the poisonous effect of sensory activities are removed. If one's mind is always engaged in the service of the Lord, there is no possibility that one will think, feel, or act materially. Similarly, the fruitive worker attempts to attain to the heavenly planets is nothing more than a phantasmagoria for the devotee. After all, the heavenly planets are material, and in due course of time, they will all be dissolved. Devotees do not care for such temporary things. They engage in transcendental devotional activities because they desire elevation to the spiritual world where they can live eternally and peacefully and with full knowledge of Krishna. In Vrndavana, the gopis, cowherd boys, and even the calves, cows, trees, and water are fully conscious of Krishna. They are never satisfied with anything but Krishna. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu continued, quote, the gopis have fallen into the great ocean of separation and are being devoured by the Timingala fish of their ambition to serve you. The gopis are to be delivered from the mouths of these Timingala fish, for they are pure devotees. Since they have no material conception of life, why should they aspire for liberation? The gopis do not want that liberation desired by yogis and jnanis, for they are already liberated from the ocean of material existence. Purport by His Divine Grace. The bodily conception is created by the desire for material enjoyment. This is called vipada smriti, which is the opposite of real life. The living entity is eternally the servant of Krishna, but when he desires to enjoy the material world, he cannot progress in spiritual life. One can never be happy by advancing materially. This is also stated in Srimad Bhagavatam 7:5-30. Ananta Gopir Visadam Tam Siram Puna Punash Charvita Charvananam. Through the uncontrolled senses, one may advance one's hellish condition. He may continue to chew the chew, that is, repeatedly accept birth and death. The conditioned souls use the duration of life between birth and death only to engage in the same hackneyed activities: eating, sleeping, mating, and defending. In the lower animal species, we find the same activities. Since these activities are repeated, engaging in them is like chewing that which has already been chewed. If one can give up his ambition to engage in hackneyed material life and take to Krishna consciousness, instead, he will be liberated from the stringent laws of material nature. One does not need to make a separate attempt to become liberated. If one simply engages in the service of the Lord, he will be liberated automatically. As Srila Vrndavana Thakur therefore says, Mukti Swayam Kuli Tanjali Sevate Sma. Liberation stands before me with folded hands, begging to serve me. Translation. It is amazing that you have forgotten the land of Vrindavan. And how is it that you have forgotten your father and mother and friends? How have you forgotten Govardhan Hill, the bank of the Yamuna, and the forest where you enjoyed the Rasa Lila dance? Translation. Krishna, you are certainly a refined gentleman with all good qualities. You are well-behaved, soft-hearted, and merciful. I know that there is not even a tinge of fault to be found in you. Yet your mind does not even remember the inhabitants of Vrindavan. This is only my misfortune and nothing else. I do not care for my personal unhappiness, but when I see the morose face of Mother Yasoda and the hearts of all the inhabitants of Vrindavan breaking because of you, I wonder whether you want to kill them all, or do you want to enliven them by coming here, coming there? Why are you simply keeping them alive in a state of suffering? The inhabitants of Vrindavan do not want you dressed like a prince, nor do they want you to associate with great warriors in a different country. They cannot leave the land of Vrindavan, and without your presence, they are all dying. What is their condition to be? My dear Krishna, you are the life and soul of Vrindavan Dham. You are especially the life of Nanda Maharaj. You are the only opulence in the land of Vrindavan, and you are very merciful. Please come and let all the residents of Vrindavan live. Kindly keep your lotus feet again in Vrindavan. After hearing Srimati Radharani's statement, Lord Krishna's love for the inhabitants of Vrindavan was evoked, and his body and mind became very much perturbed. After hearing of their love for him, he immediately thought himself to be always indebted to the residents of Vrindavan. Then Krishna began to pacify Srimati Radharani as follows. My dearest Srimati Radharani, please hear me. I am speaking the truth. I cry day and night simply upon remembering all you inhabitants of Vrindavan. No one knows how unhappy this makes me. Sri Krishna continued. All the inhabitants of Vrindavan Dham, my mother, father, cowherd boy, friends, and everything else, are like my life and soul. And among all the inhabitants of Vrindavan, the gopis are my very life and soul. And among the gopis, you, Srimati Radharani, are the chief. Therefore, you are the very life of my life. My dear Srimati Radharani, I am always subservient to the loving affairs of all of you. I am under your control only. My separation from you and residence in distant places have occurred due to my strong misfortune. When a woman is separated from the man she loves, or a man is separated from his beloved woman, neither of them can live. It is a fact that they live only for each other. For if one dies and the other hears of it, he or she will also die. Such a loving, chaste wife and loving husband desire all welfare for each other in separation and do not care for personal happiness. Desiring only each other's well-being, such a pair certainly meet again without delay. You are my most dear, and I know that in my absence, you cannot live for a moment. Just to keep you living, I worship Lord Narayan. By his merciful potency, I come to Vrindavan every day to enjoy pastimes with you. I then return to Dwarkadam. Thus you can always feel my presence there in Vrindavan. Our love affair is more powerful because of my good fortune in receiving Narayan's grace. This allows me to come there unseen by others. I hope that very soon I will be visible to everyone. I have already killed all the mischievous demons who are enemies of the Yadu dynasty. And I have also killed Kamsa and his allies. But there are 2 or 4 demons still living. I want to kill them, and after doing so, I shall very soon return to Vrindavan. Please know this for certain. Excuse me, Your Lordship. I wish to protect the inhabitants of Vrindavan from the attacks of my enemies. That is why I remain in my kingdom. Otherwise, I am indifferent to my royal position. Whatever wives, sons, and wealth I maintain in the kingdom, only for the satisfaction of the Yadu. Your loving qualities always attract me to Vrindavan. Indeed, they will bring me back within 10 or 20 days. And when I return, I shall enjoy both day and night with you and all the damsels of Brajabhumi. While speaking to Srimati Radharani, Krishna became very anxious to return to Vrindavan. He made her listen to a verse which banished all her difficulties and which assured her that she would again attain Krishna. Lord Sri Krishna said, devotional service unto me is the only way to attain me. My dear gopis, whatever love and affection you have attained for me by good fortune is the only reason for my returning to you. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu would sit in his room with Swarup Damodara and taste the topics of these verses day and night. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu danced, completely absorbed in ecstatic emotion. While looking at the face of Lord Jagannath, he danced and recited these verses. No one can describe the good fortune of Swarup Damodara Goswami, for he is always absorbed in the service of the Lord with his body, mind, and words. The senses of Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu were identical with the senses of Swarup. Therefore, Caitanya Mahaprabhu used to become fully absorbed in tasting the singing of Swarup Damodar. In emotional ecstasy, Caitanya Mahaprabhu would sometimes sit on the ground and looking down would write on the ground with his finger. Fearing that the Lord would injure his finger by writing in this way, Swarup Damodar checked him with his own hand. Swarup Damodar used to sing exactly according to the ecstatic emotion of the Lord. Whenever a particular mellow was being tasted by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Swarup Damodar would personify it by singing. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu looked upon the beautiful lotus-like face and eyes of Lord Jagannath. Lord Jagannath was garlanded dressed with nice garments and adorned with beautiful ornaments. His face was glittering from the rays of sunshine, and the entire atmosphere was fragrant. An ocean of transcendental bliss expanded in the heart of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, and symptoms of madness immediately intensified like a hurricane. The madness of transcendental bliss created waves of various emotions. The emotions appeared like opposing soldiers staging a fight. There was an increase in all the natural emotional symptoms. Thus, there were awakening emotions, peacefulness, joined, mixed, transcendental, and prevalent emotions, and impetuses for emotion. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's body appeared like a transcendental Himalayan mountain, bearing ecstatic, emotional flower trees, all of them blooming. The sight of all these symptoms attracted everyone's mind and consciousness. Indeed, the Lord sprinkled everyone's mind with the nectar of transcendental love of Godhead. He sprinkled the minds of the servants of Lord Jagannatha, the government officers, the pilgrim visitors, the general populace, and all the residents of Jagannath Puri. Upon seeing the dancing and ecstatic love of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, everyone became astonished. In their hearts, they became infatuated with love of Krishna. Everyone danced and chanted in ecstatic love, and a great noise resounded. Everyone was overwhelmed with transcendental bliss just to see the dancing of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Apart from the others, even Lord Jagannath and Lord Balaram, with great happiness, began to move very slowly upon seeing the dancing of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Lord Jagannath and Lord Balaram sometimes stopped the car and happily observed Lord Chaitanya's dancing. Everyone who was able to see them stop and watch the dancing bore witness to their pastimes. When Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was dancing and wandering in this way, he fell down in front of Maharaj Prataparudra. Maharaj Prataparudra picked the Lord up with great respect, but upon seeing the king, Lord Chaitanya came to his external senses. After seeing the king, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu condemned himself, saying, quote, "Oh, how pitiful it is that I have touched a person who is interested in mundane affairs," end of quote. Not even Lord Nityananda Prabhu, Kaishvara, or Govinda took care of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu when he fell down. Nityananda was in great ecstasy, and Kaishvara and Govinda were elsewhere. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu had already been satisfied by the king's behavior, for the king had accepted the service of a sweeper for Lord Jagannath. Therefore, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu actually desired to see the king. However, just to warn his personal associates, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, externally expressed feelings of anger. Purport. When Maharaj Prataparudra asked to see Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, immediately refused, saying, the word niskinchana refers to a person who has finished his material activities. Such a person can begin to execute his activities in Krishna consciousness to cross over the ocean of nescience. It is very dangerous for such a person to have intimate relationships with mundane people or to become intimately related with women. This formality is to be observed by anyone who is serious about going back home, back to Godhead. To reach his personal associates, to teach, his personal associates these principles, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu expressed external anger, and when touched by the king, since the Lord was very much satisfied with the humble behavior of the king, he intentionally allowed the king to touch him. But externally, he expressed anger just to warn his personal associates. Translation: King Prataparudra became frightened when Lord Chaitanya showed external anger. But Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya told the king, "Don't worry." Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya informed the king, quote, "The Lord is very satisfied with you. By pointing you out, he was teaching his personal associates how to behave with mundane people." Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya continued, "I shall submit your petition when there is an opportune moment. It will then be easy for you to come and meet the Lord." After circumambulating Jagannath, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went behind the car and began pushing it with his head. As soon as he pushed, the car immediately started to move, making a rattling noise. The people all around began to chant the holy name of the Lord, "Hari, Hari!" As the car began to move, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took his personal associates in front of the cars occupied by Lord Balaram and Subhadra, the goddess of fortune. Greatly inspired, he then began to dance in front of them. After finishing the dance before Lord Baladev and Subhadra, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came before Lord Jagannath's car. Upon seeing Lord Jagannath, he began to dance again. When they reached the place called Balagandi, Lord Jagannath stopped his car and began to look left and right. On the left side, Lord Jagannath saw a neighborhood of Brahmins and a coconut tree grove. On the right side, he saw nice flower gardens resembling those in the holy place Vrndavana. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees were dancing in front of the car, and Lord Jagannath, having stopped the car, watched the dancing. It was customary that food be offered to the Lord at Viprashasana. Indeed, innumerable dishes of food were offered, and Lord Jagannath tasted each one of them. All kinds of devotees of Lord Jagannatha, from neophytes to the most advanced, offer their best cooked food to the Lord. These devotees, including the king, his queen, his ministers, and friends, and all other big and small residents of Jagannath Puri. All the visitors who had come from different countries to Jagannath Puri, as well as the local devotees, offered their personally cooked food to the Lord. The devotees offered their food everywhere, in front of the car and behind it, on the two sides and within the flower garden. Wherever possible, they made their offering to the Lord, for there were no hard and fast rules. While the food was being offered, a large crowd of people gathered. At that time, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu stopped his dancing and went to a nearby garden. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu entered the garden and, immersed in great ecstatic emotion, fell flat on a raised platform there. The Lord was very much fatigued from the hard labor of dancing, and there was perspiration all over his body. He therefore enjoyed the fragrant, cool breeze of the garden. All the devotees who had been performing Kirtan came there and took rest under each and every tree. Thus I have described the great performance of congregational chanting by Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as he danced in front of Lord Jagannath. In his prayer known as Caitanya, Sri Rupa Goswami has given a vivid description of the Lord's dancing before the car. Purport: Srila Rupa Goswami composed 3 prayers with the Caitanya Astaka. The verse next quoted is text 7 from the first of the Caitanya Astaka prayers, which are included in the book Stavamala. Translation: Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu danced down the main road in great ecstasy before Lord Jagannath, the master Nilachala, who was sitting on his car, overwhelmed by the transcendental bliss of dancing and surrounded by Vaishnavas who sang the holy names. He manifested waves of ecstatic love of Godhead. But, when will Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu again be visible to my vision? Anyone who hears this description of the car festival will attain Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He will also attain the elevated state by which he will have firm conviction in devotional service and love of Godhead. Praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunath, always desiring their mercy, I, Krishnadas, narrate Sri Caitanya Caritamrta, following in their footsteps. Thus, in the Bhaktivedanta purports to Sri Caitanya Caritamrta Madhya Lila, 13th chapter describing Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's ecstatic dancing at Lord Jagannath's car festival. The next chapter, chapter 14, should I read that? This is called Performance of the Vrndavana Pastimes. Here's an overview. Dressing himself as Vaishnava, Maharaj Pratapārudra entered the garden at Balagandhi alone and began reciting verses from Srimad Bhagavatam. He then took the opportunity to massage the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The Lord, in his ecstatic love for Krishna, immediately embraced the king and thus bestowed mercy upon him. When there was an offering of prasad in the garden, Lord Chaitanya also partook of it. After this, when Lord Jagannath's car stopped moving, King Pratapārudra called for many elephants to pull it, but they were unsuccessful. Seeing this, Lord Caitanya began to push the car from behind with his head, and the car began moving. Then the devotees began pulling the car with ropes. Near the Gandhija temple is a place known as Aitota. This place was fixed up for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to rest in. When Lord Jagannath was seated at Sundarchala, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saw it as Vrndavana. He performed sporting pastimes in the water of the lake known as Indra Yuna. For 9 continuous days during Ratha-yātrā, the Lord remained at Sundarchala. And on the 5th day, he and Swarup Damodar observed the pastimes of Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune. During that time, there was much talk about the pastimes of the gopis. When the Rath was again being drawn and the chanting resumed, 2 devotees named Kulina Gram, Ramananda Vasu, and Satyaraj Khan. They were from Kulina Gram, Ramananda Vasu and Satyaraj Khan were requested to bring silk ropes every year for the Ratha-yātrā ceremony. Text 1. Accompanied by his personal devotees, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu went to the festival known as Lakshmi Vajayotsava. There he discussed the super excellent love of the gopis. Just by hearing about them, he became very pleased and danced in great ecstatic love before the Lord. All glories to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, known as Gaurachandra. All glories to Lord Nityananda Prabhu. All glories to Advaita Acharya, who is so exalted. All glories to all the devotees, headed by Sri Vasa Thakur. All glories to the readers who have taken Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu as their life and soul. While Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was resting in ecstatic love, Maharaja Prataparudra entered the garden. Following Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya's instructions, the king had given up his royal dress. He now entered the garden in the dress of a Vaishnava. Maharaj Prataparudra was so humble that with folded hands, he first took permission from all the devotees. Then, with great courage, he fell down and touched the lotus feet of the Lord. As Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu lay on the raised platform with his eyes closed in ecstatic love and emotion, the king very expertly began to massage his legs. The king began to recite verses about the Rasa lila from Srimad Bhagavatam. He recited the chapter beginning with the words Jayati Te Dehitam. This verse from Srimad Bhagavatam, 10th canto, chapter 31, constitutes what is known as the Gopi Gita. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu heard these verses, he was pleased beyond limits, and he said again and again, "Go on reciting, go on reciting." As soon as the king recited the verse beginning with the words Tava Caithamritam, the Lord rose in ecstatic love and embraced him. Upon hearing the verse recited by the king, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, "You have given me invaluable gems, but I have nothing to give you in return. Therefore, I am simply embracing you." After saying this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu began to recite the same verse again and again. Both the king and Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu were trembling, and tears were flowing from their eyes. My Lord, the nectar of your words and the descriptions of your activities are the life and soul of those who are always aggrieved in this material world. These narrations are transmitted by exalted personalities, and they eradicate all sinful reactions. Whoever hears these narrations attains all good fortune. These narrations are broadcast all over the world and are filled with spiritual power. Those who spread the message of Godhead are certainly the most magnificent welfare workers. After reciting this verse, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu immediately embraced the king and cried, quote, "You are the most munificent. You are the most munificent," end quote. At this point, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu did not know who the king was. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's mercy was aroused because of the king's previous service. Therefore, without even asking who he was, the Lord immediately bestowed his mercy upon him. How powerful is the mercy of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu? Without even inquiring about the king, the Lord made everything successful. Finally, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, "Who are you? You have done so much for me. All of a sudden, you have come here and made me drink the nectar of the pastimes of Lord Krishna. The king replied, "My lord, I am the most obedient servant of your servants. It is my ambition that you will accept me as a servant of your servants." At that time, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu displayed some of his divine opulence to the king, and he forbade him to disclose this to anyone. Although within his heart, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu knew everything that was happening, externally, he did not disclose it, nor did he disclose that he knew he was talking with King Prataparudra. Seeing the Lord's first special mercy upon King Prataparudra, the devotees praised the king's good fortune, and their minds became open and blissful. Submissively offering prayers to the devotees with folded hands and offering obeisances to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, the king went outside. After this, Vaninath Rai brought all kinds of prasadam, and Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu accepted lunch with the devotees. The king also sent a large quantity of prasadam through Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, Ramananda Rai, and Vaninath Rai. The prasadam sent by the king had been offered at the Balagandi festival and included uncooked milk products and fruits. It was all of the finest quality, and there was no end to the variety. There were curd, fruit juice, coconut, mango, dried coconut, jackfruit, various kinds of bananas, and palm fruit seeds. There were also oranges, grapefruits, tangerines, almonds, dried fruit, raisins, and dates. There were hundreds of different types of sweetmeats like Manohara Ladu, sweets like Amrita Utika, and various types of condensed milk. There were also papayas and savati, a type of orange, and also crushed squash. There were also regular cream, fried cream, and a type of puree made with cream. There were also the sweets known as Hari Vallabha, and sweets made of Sinoti flowers, Kapura flowers, and Malati flowers. There were pomegranates, sweets made with black pepper, sweets made with fused sugar, and Amirti jalebi. There were lotus flower sugar, a kind of bread made from urad dal, crispy sweetmeats, sugar candy, fried rice sweets, sesame seed sweets, and cookies made from sesame seeds. There were sugar candy sweetmeats formed into the shape of orange, lemon, and mango trees, and arranged with fruits, flowers, and leaves. There were yogurt, milk, butter, buttermilk, fruit juice, a preparation made of fried yogurt and sugar candy, and salty mung dal sprouts with shredded ginger. There were also various types of pickles, lemon pickle, berry pickle, and so on. Indeed, I am not able to describe the variety of food offered to Lord Jagannath. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu saw half the garden filled with a variety of prasadam, he was very satisfied. Indeed, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was fully satisfied just to see how Lord Jagannath accepted all the food. There then arrived 5 or 7 loads of plates made of leaves of the Caitanya tree. Each man was supplied 10 of these plates, and in this way the leaf dishes were distributed. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu understood the labor of all the kirtan chanters. Therefore, he was very eager to feed them sumptuously. All the devotees sat down in lines, and Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu personally began to distribute the prasadam. But the devotees would not accept the prasadam until Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took it. Svarup Goswami informed the Lord of this. Svarup Damodara said, quote, my Lord, please sit down. No one will eat until you do. End of quote. At that time, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sat down with his personal associates and had every one of them fed very sumptuously until they were filled to the next. After finishing, the Lord washed his mouth and sat down. There was so much extra prasadam that it was distributed to thousands. Following the orders of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Govinda, his personal servant, called for all the poor beggars who were unhappy due to their poverty and fed them sumptuously. Observing the beggars eating prasadam, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu chanted, Haribo! And instructed them to chant the holy name. As soon as the beggars chanted the holy name, Haribo! They were immediately absorbed in ecstatic love of Godhead. In this way, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu performed wonderful pastimes. Outside the garden, when it was time to pull Jagannath's car, all the workers called Godas tried to pull it, but it would not move forward. When the Godas saw that they could not budge the car, they abandoned the attempt. Then the king arrived in great anxiety, and he was accompanied by his officers and friends. The king then arranged for big wrestlers to try to pull the car, and even the king himself joined in, but the car could not move. Becoming even more anxious to move the car, the king had very strong elephants brought forth and harnessed to it. The strong elephants pulled with all their strength, but still the car remained at a standstill, not budging an inch. As soon as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard this news, he went there with all his personal associates. They then stood there and watched the elephants try to pull the car. The elephants, being beaten by the elephant goad, were crying, but still the car would not move. The assembled people cried out, alas. At that time, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu let all the elephants go free and placed the car's ropes in the hands of his own men. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then went to the back of the car and began to push with his head. It was then that the car began to move and roll along, making a rattling sound. Indeed, the car began to move automatically, and devotees simply carried the ropes in their hands. Since it was moving effortlessly, they did not need to pull it. When the car moved forward, everyone began to chant with great pleasure, all glories, and all glories to Lord Jagannath. No one could hear anything else. In a moment, the car reached the door of the Gundicha temple. Upon seeing the uncommon strength of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, all the people were struck with wonder. The crowd made a tumultuous vibration, chanting, Jai Gaurachandra, Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya. Then the people began to chant, wonderful, wonderful. Seeing the greatness of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Pratapadrudra Maharaj and his ministers and friends were so moved by ecstatic love that the hair on their bodies stood on end. All the servants of Lord Jagannath then took him down from the car, and the Lord went to sit on his throne. Subhadra and Balaram also sat on their respective thrones. There followed the bathing of Lord Jagannath, and finally, the offering of food. While Lord Jagannath, Lord Balaram, and Subhadra sat on their respective thrones, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees began to perform Sankirtan with great pleasure, chanting and dancing in the yard of the temple. While Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was chanting and dancing, he was overwhelmed with ecstatic love, and all the people who saw him were also floated in the ocean of love of Godhead. In the evening, after finishing his dancing in the yard of the Gundicha temple, the Lord observed the arati ceremony. Thereafter, he went to a place called Atota and took rest for the night. For 9 days, 9 chief devotees headed by Ratha-yātrā got an opportunity to invite the Lord to their homes. During the 4 months of the rainy season, the remaining devotees extended invitations to the Lord for 1 day each. In this way, they shared invitations. For the 4-month period, all the daily invitations were shared among the important devotees. The rest of the devotees did not get an opportunity to extend an invitation to the Lord. Since they could not get 1 day each, 2 or 3 devotees combined to extend an invitation. These are the pastimes of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's acceptance of invitations. After taking his bath early in the morning, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, 15 minutes. After taking his bath early in the morning, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would go see Lord Jagannath in the temple. Then he would perform Sankirtan with his devotees. By chanting and dancing, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu induced Advaita Acharya to dance. Sometimes he induced Nityananda Prabhu, Haridas Thakur, and Achyutananda to dance. Sometimes Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu engaged Vrkeshwar and other devotees in chanting and dancing. 3 times daily, morning, noon, and evening, he would perform Sankirtan in the yard of the Gundicha temple. At this time, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu felt that Lord Krishna had returned to Vrndavana. Thinking this, his feelings of separation from Krishna subsided. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was always thinking of the pastimes of Radha and Krishna, and he remained personally merged in this consciousness. There were many gardens near the Gundicha temple, and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees used to perform the pastimes of Vrindavan in each of them. In the lake named Indradyumna, he sported in the water. The Lord personally splashed all the devotees with water, and the devotees surrounded him on all sides, also splashed the Lord. While in the water, they sometimes formed one circle and sometimes many circles. And while in the water, they used to play cymbals and imitate the croaking of frogs. Sometimes 2 would pair off to fight in the water. One would emerge victorious and the other defeated, and the Lord would watch all the fun. The first sporting took place between Advaita Acharya and Nityananda Prabhu, who threw water upon each other. Advaita Acharya was defeated, and he later began to rebuke Nityananda Prabhu, calling him ill names. Farooq Damodar and Vidyanidhi also threw water upon each other, and Murari Gupta and Vasudev Datta also sported in that way. Another duel took place between Srivasa Thakur and Gadadhar Pandit, and yet another between Raghava Pandit and Vakeshwar Pandit. Thus, they all engaged in throwing water. Indeed, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya engaged in water sports with Sri Ramananda Rai, and they both lost their gravity and became like children. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saw the exuberance of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya and Ramananda Rai, he smiled and spoke to Gopinath Acharya, quote, "Tell the Bhattacharya and Ramananda Rai to stop their childish play, because they are both learned scholars and very grave and great personalities," end of quote. Gopinath Acharya replied, quote, I believe that one drop of the ocean of your great mercy has swelled up upon them. A drop from the ocean of your mercy can drown great mountains like Sumera and Mandara. Since these two gentlemen are little hills by comparison, it is no wonder that they are being drowned in the ocean of your mercy. Logic is like a dry oil cake from which all the oil has been extracted. The Bhattacharya passed his life in eating such dry cakes, but now you have made him drink the nectar of transcendental pastimes. This is certainly your great mercy upon him. After Gopinath Acharya finished talking, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu smiled and, calling for Advaita Acharya, made him act like the Sesanaga bed. Lying down on Advaita Prabhu, who was floating on the water, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu demonstrated the pastimes of Shesha Vishnu. Manifesting his personal potency, Advaita Acharya floated about on the water, carrying Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. After sporting in the water for some time, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu returned to his place in Atota, accompanied by his devotees. Paramananda Puri, Brahmananda Bharati, and all the other chief devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took lunch at the invitation of Advaita Acharya. Whatever extra prasadam was brought by Vaninath Rai was taken by the other associates of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In the afternoon, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to the Gundicha temple to visit the Lord and dance. At night, he went to the garden to take rest. The next day, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also went to the temple of Gundicha and saw the Lord. He then chanted and danced in the yard for some time. Accompanied by his devotees, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then went into the garden and enjoyed the pastimes of Vrndavana. There were multifarious trees and creepers in the garden, and they were all jubilant to see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Indeed, the birds were chirping, the bees were buzzing, and a cool breeze was blowing. As Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu danced beneath each and every tree, Vasudeva Datta sang along. As Vasudeva Datta sang a different song beneath each and every tree, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu danced there alone in great ecstasy. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then ordered Vakeshwar Pandit to dance, and as he began to dance, the Lord began to sing. Then devotees like Swarup Damodar and other kirtan performers began to sing along with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Being inundated with ecstatic love, they lost all consideration of time and circumstance. After thus performing pastimes in the garden for some time, they all went to a lake called Narendra Sarovar, and there enjoyed sporting in the water. After sporting in the water, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu returned to the garden and accepted prasadam with the devotees. For 9 continuous days, his lordship, Sri Jagannath Dev, stayed at the Gundicha temple. During this time, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also stayed there and performed the pastimes with his devotees that have already been described. The garden of his pastimes was very large and was named Jagannath Vallabha. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took his rest there for 9 days. Knowing that the Hera Panchama festival was drawing near, King Prataparudra attentively talked with Kashi Mishra. Tomorrow will be the function of Hera Panchami, or Lakshmi Vijaya. Hold this festival in a way that it has never been held before. King Prataparudra said, quote, hold this festival in such a gorgeous way that upon seeing it, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu will be completely pleased and astonished. Take as many printed cloths, small bells, umbrellas, chamaras, as there are in my storehouse and in the deity's storehouse. Collect all kinds of small and large flags and ringing bells, then decorate the carrier and have various musical and dancing parties accompanying it. In this way, decorate the carrier attractively. You should also double the quantity of prasad. Make so much that it will even surpass the Ratha-yātrā festival. Arrange the festival in such a way that Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu may freely go with his devotees to visit the deity without difficulty. In the morning, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu took his personal associates with him to see Lord Jagannath at Sundararaja. Then Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and his personal devotees returned to Nilachala with great eagerness to see the Hira Panchami festival. Hare Krishna. This may be a good place to stop. Text 115. Thank you for the opportunity. Hare Krishna. Jai Krishna Vishnu Hari. Bonita. Jaina Bhakti Samadhi. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasad. Bhakti Vedanta Swami. Namaste Saraswati Devi Bhagavani Vajrayani Sexes Vaskatara Siddhavane Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Shri Vasubhava Om Manginati Pranandesha Vinamina Salapaya Chakshu Manitama Desmi Shri Guru Vainamaha Shri Chaitanya Sam Sakitam Vinavijaya Swayam Vakadam Vidam 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 Vas Vedantikam Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Jai Kishore, Hare Ram, Jai Shri Bhagavan, Jai. Yes.
115 from the
Yes, it is. Yes.
Text 115. Sri Chaitanya Charitamrta, Madhya Lila, chapter 14. Kashi Mishra received Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with great respect, and taking the Lord and his associates to a very nice place, he had them seated. Text 116. After taking his seat, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to hear about a particular mellow of devotional service. Therefore, mildly smiling, he began to question Swarup Damodar. 117 and 118. Although Lord Jagannath enjoys his pastimes at Dwarkadham and naturally manifests sublime liberality, there once in a year, he becomes unlimitedly eager to see Vrndavana. 119. Pointing out to the neighboring gardens, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, all these gardens exactly resemble Vrndavana. Therefore, Lord Jagannath is very eager to see them again. 120. Externally, he gives the excuse that he wants to participate in the Ratha-yātrā festival But actually, he wants to leave Jagannath Puri to go to Sundaranchalam, the good nature temple, a replica of Vrindavan. 121. The Lord enjoys his pastimes day and night in various flower gardens there. But why does he not take Lakshmi Devi, the goddess of fortune, with him? 122. Swarup Damodar replied, My dear Lord, please hear the reason for this. Lakshmi Devi, the goddess of fortune, cannot be admitted to the pastimes of Vrindavan. In the pastimes of Vrindavan, the only assistants are the gopis. But for the gopis, no one can attract the mind of Krishna. The Lord said, using the car festival as an excuse, Krishna goes there with Subhadra and Baladev. All the pastimes with the gopis that take place in those gardens are very confidential ecstasies of Lord Krishna. No one knows them. Since there is no fault at all in Krishna's pastimes, why does the goddess of fortune become angry? 127. Swarup Damodar replied, It is the nature of a girl afflicted by love to become immediately angry upon finding any neglect on the part of her lover. While Swarup Damodar and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu were talking, the procession of the goddess of fortune came by. She was riding upon a golden palanquin carried by four men and bedecked with a variety of jewels. The palanquin was also surrounded by people carrying camera whisks and fans, and it was preceded by musicians and dancing girls. The maid servants were carrying water pitchers, chamara whisks, and boxes for betel nuts. There were hundreds of maidservants, all attractively dressed and wearing valuable necklaces. In an angry mood, the goddess of fortune arrived at the main gate of the temple, accompanied by many members of her family, all of whom exhibited uncommon opulence. When the procession arrived, the maidservants of the goddess of fortune began to arrest all the principal servants of Lord Jagannath. The maidservants bound the servants of Jagannath, handcuffed them, and made them fall at the lotus feet of the goddess of fortune. Indeed, they were arrested just like thieves who have all their riches taken away for good. When Lord Jagannath starts his card festival, he gives assurance to the goddess of fortune that he will return the next day. When he does not return, the goddess of fortune, after waiting 2 or 3 days, begins to feel that her husband has neglected her. She naturally becomes quite angry. Gorgeously decorating herself and her associates, she comes out of the temple and stands before the main gate. All the principal servants of Lord Jagannath are then arrested by her maidservants, brought before her, and forced to fall down at her lotus feet. 134. When the servants fell down before the lotus feet of the goddess of fortune, they almost fell unconscious. They were chastised and made the butt of jokes and loose language. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's associates saw such impudence exhibited by the maidservants of the goddess of fortune, they covered their faces with their hands and began to smile. 136. Swarup Damodar said, There is no egoistic pride like this within the three worlds. At least I have never seen or heard of it. 137. When a woman is neglected and disappointed, out of egoistic pride, she gives up her ornaments and morosely sits down on the ground, marking lines on it with her nails. 138. I've heard that this kind of pride in Satyabhama, Krishna's proudest queen, and I have also heard of it in the gopis of Vrindavan, who are the reservoirs of all transcendental mellows. 139. But in the case of the goddess of fortune, I see a different kind of pride. She manifests her opulences and even goes with her soldiers to attack her husband. Purport. After seeing the impudence of the goddess of fortune, Swarup Damodar Goswami wanted to inform Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu about the super excellence of the gopis' loving affairs. He therefore said, My lord, I have never experienced anything like the behavior of the goddess of fortune. We sometimes see a beloved wife becoming proud of her position and then frustrated due to some neglect. She then gives up caring for her appearance, accepts dirty clothes, and morosely sits on the ground and draws lines with her nails. We have heard of such egoistic pride in Satyabhama and the gopis of Vrindavan. But when we see in the goddess of fortune here at Jagannath Puri is completely different. She becomes very angry with her husband and attacks him with her opulence. 140. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, please tell me of the varieties of egoistic pride manifested in Vrindavan. Purport. Swarup Damodar replied, the pride of the gopis is like the flowing river with hundreds of tributaries. 141. The characteristics and the mood of love are different in different women. Their jealous anger also takes on different varieties and qualities. 142. It is not possible to give a complete statement about the different types of jealous anger manifested by the gopis, but a few principles may serve as an indication. 143. There are three types of women experiencing jealous anger: sober woman, relentless, restless woman, and women both restless and sober. When a sober heroine sees her hero approaching from a distance, she immediately stands up to receive him. When he comes nearer, she immediately offers him a place to sit. The sober heroine conceals her anger within her heart and externally speaks sweet words. When her lover embraces her, she returns his embrace. 146. The sober heroine is very simple in her behavior. She keeps her jealous anger within her heart, but with mild words and smiles. She rejects the advances of her lover. 147. The restless heroine sometimes chastises her lover with cruel words, sometimes pulls his ear, and sometimes binds him with a flower garland. 148. The heroine, who is a combination of sobriety and restlessness, always jokes with unequivocal words. She sometimes praises her lover, sometimes blasphemes him, and sometimes remains indifferent. 149. Heroines may be classified as captivating, immediate, and impudent. The captivated heroine does not know very much about the cunning intricacies of jealous anger. The captivated heroine simply covers her face and goes on crying. When she hears sweet words from her lover, she is very satisfied. Both the immediate and impudent heroines can be classified as sober, restless, and both sober and restless. All the characteristics can be further divided into three divisions. Some of those heroines are very talkative, some are mild, and some are equipoised. Each heroine, according to her own character, increases Sri Krishna's loving ecstasy. Although some of the gopis are talkative, some mild, and some equipoised, all of them are transcendental and faultless. They please Krishna by their unique characteristics. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu felt unlimited happiness upon hearing these descriptions, and he again and again requested Swarup Damodar to continue speaking. 155. Damodar Goswami said, Krishna is the master of all transcendental mellows and the taster of all transcendental mellows, and his body is composed of transcendental bliss. 156. Krishna is full of ecstatic love and always subordinate to the love of his devotees. The gopis are very much experienced in pure love and in the dealings of transcendental mellows. 157. There is no flaw or adulteration in the love of the gopis. Therefore, they give Krishna the highest pleasure. Purport. Rasa bhasa occurs when one's relationship with Krishna is adulterated. There are different types of rasa bhasa: first class, second class, and third class. The word rasa means mellows, and abhasa means shadow. If one tastes one kind of mellow and something extra is imposed, that is called uparasa. If something is derived from the original mellow, it is called anurasa. If something is appreciated that is far removed from the original mellow, it is called aparasa. Uparasa, Anurasa, and Aparasa are respectively first, second, and third class rasabhasas. As stated in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 4.9.1 and 2, Purvam evanusthitani vikala rasa lakshanam rasa eva rasa bhasa rasa jnaner anukirtitiha स्यूस् त्रितपरश्चानु रसश्चापरसश्चते उत्तममध्यमप्रोक्ता कनिश्चिच्चेत अभिक्रमत्. 158. Lord Shri Krishna, who is the absolute truth, enjoyed his rasanats every night during the autumn season. He performed his dance in the moonlight and with full transcendental mellows. He used poetic words and surrounded himself with women who were very much attracted to him. Purport. This verse is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 10:33-25. The gopis are all transcendental spirit souls. One should never think of the gopis and Krishna, that the gopis and Krishna have material bodies. Vrindavan Dham is a spiritual abode, and there are days and nights. The trees, flowers, and water, and everything else are spiritual. There is not even a trace of material contamination. Krishna, who is the supreme Brahman and super soul, is not at all interested in anything material. His activities with the gopis are all spiritual and take place within the spiritual world. They have nothing to do with the material world. Lord Krishna's lusty desires and all his dealings with the gopis are on the spiritual platform. One has to be transcendentally realized before even considering relishing the pastimes of Krishna with the gopis. One who is on the mundane platform must first purify himself by following the regulative principles. Only then can he understand Krishna and the gopis. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Swarup Damodar Goswami are here talking about a relationship between Krishna and the gopis. Therefore, the subject matter is neither mundane nor erotic. Being a sannyasi, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was very strict in his dealings with women. Unless the gopis were on the spiritual platform, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would have never even mentioned them to Swarup Damodar Goswami. Therefore, these restrictions do not at all pertain to material activity. 159. The gopis can be divided into left wing and a right wing. Both wings induce Krishna to taste transcendental mellows by various manifestations of ecstatic love. 160. Of all the gopis, Srimati Radharani is the chief. She is the jewel mine of ecstatic love and the source of all purified transcendental conjugal mellows. 161. Radharani is grown up and her character is equipoised. She is always deeply absorbed in ecstatic love and always feeling in the mood of the left wing gopi. Purport. The left wing and right wing of the gopis are explained by Rupa Goswami in his Ujjvala Nilamani, Sakhi Prakarana 26 and 32. The left wing is described as in this way. Managrahe Shado Yukta Tat Chiti Cha Kopana Abhedyanayake Praya Kuvara Vamati Kiryate. The gopi, who is always eager to be jealously angered, who is very enthusiastic for her position, who immediately becomes angry when defeated, who is never under the control of a hero, and who always opposes him, is called a Vama or a left wing gopi. Sri Rupa Goswami describes the right wing gopis in this way. Ahasya mana nirpandhe nayake yukta vadini sa samabhistena bhedyacha dakshine prikirtita. A gopi who cannot tolerate womanly anger, who speaks subtle words to the hero, and who is satisfied by his sweet words is called Dakshina, or a right wing gopi. 162. Because she is a left-wing gopi, her womanly anger is always awakened, but Krishna derives transcendental bliss from her activities. The progress of loving affairs between a young boy and a young girl is by nature crooked like the movement of a snake. Because of this, two types of anger arise between a young boy and girl: anger with a cause and anger without a cause. Purport. This is a quotation from Sri Rupa Goswami's Ujjvala Nilamani, Shringara Bheda Prakarana. 164. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard these talks. His ocean of transcendental bliss increased. He therefore told Swarup Damodar, go on speaking, go on speaking. And thus Swarup Damodar continued. Srimati Radharani is a highly advanced ecstasy. All her dealings are completely pure and devoid of material tinge. Indeed, her dealings are 10 times purer than gold. As soon as Radharani gets a chance to see Krishna, her body is suddenly decorated with various ecstatic ornaments. The transcendental ornaments of Srimati Radharani's body includes the 8 sattvakis or transcendental symptoms and 33 vibhachara bhavas beginning with harsha or jubilation in natural love, and 20 bhavas or ecstatic emotional ornaments. Purport. The 33 Vibhachari Bhavas bodily symptoms manifest in ecstatic love are as follows: Nirveda, indifference; Vishada, moroseness; Dainya, weakness; Glani, a feeling that one is in a faulty position; Shrama, fatigue; Mada, madness; Garva, pride; Shanka, doubt; Tras, shock; Aved, intense emotion; Unmada, craziness; Apasmara, forgetfulness; Vyadhi, disease; Moha, bewilderment; Mrityu, death; Alasya, laziness; Jadya, invalidity; Vrida, shame; Avihita, concealment; Smriti, remembrance; Vatarka, argument; Chinta, contemplation; Mati, attention; Dhrita, forbearance; Harsha, jubilation; Autsukya, eagerness; Auragya, Augrya, violence; Amarsha, anger; Ausya, jealousy; Chapalya, impudence; Nidra, sleep; Supta, deep sleep; and Prabodham, awakening. Text 168. Some of the symptoms critically explained in the following verses are Kila Kanchita, Kutamita, Vilasa, Lalita, Vivoka, Motayati, Maukya, and Chakita. 169. When Srimati Radharani's body manifests the ornaments of many ecstatic symptoms, the ocean of Krishna's happiness immediately displays transcendental waves. 170. Now, here a description of various ecstasies beginning with Khila Kanchita. With these ecstatic ornaments, Srimati Radharani enchants the mind of Krishna. 171. When Sri Krishna sees Srimati Radharani and wants to touch her body, he prohibits her from going to the spot where one can cross the river Yamuna. 172. Approaching her, Krishna prohibits Srimati Radharani from picking flowers He may also touch her in front of her friends. At such times, the ecstatic symptoms of Kilakanchita are awakened. First, there is jubilation in ecstatic love, which is the root cause of these symptoms. Purport. When Srimati Radharani leaves her house, she is always well dressed and attractive. It is her womanly nature to attract Sri Krishna's attention, and upon seeing her so attractively dressed, Sri Krishna desires to touch her body. The Lord then finds some fault in her and prohibits her from going to a river crossing and stops her from plucking flowers. Such are the pastimes between Srimati Radharani and Sri Krishna. Being a cowherd girl, Srimati Radharani regularly carries milk in a container and often goes to sell the milk on the other side of the Yamuna. To cross the river, she has to pay the boatman, and the spot where a boatman collects his fares is called Dan Ghati. Lord Shri Krishna stops her from going, telling her, first you have to pay the fee, then you will be allowed to go. This pastime is called Danakeli Lila. Similarly, if Srimati Radharani wants to pick a flower, Krishna claims to be the gardener's proprietor and prohibits her. This pastime is called Kilakanchitam. Radharani's shyness arises due to Sri Krishna's prohibitions, and ecstatic body, loving bodily symptoms called Kilakanchita Bhava are manifest at this time. These ecstatic symptoms are explained in the following verse, which is from Sri Rupa Goswami's Ujjvala Nilamani, Anubhava Prakarna 39, 179, 174, sorry. Pride, ambition, weeping, smiling, envy, fear, and anger are the seven ecstatic loving symptoms manifested by jubilant shrinking away, and these symptoms are called Kilakanchita Bhava. 175. There are seven other transcendental ecstatic symptoms, and when they combine on the platform of jubilation, the combination is called Mahabhava. The seven combined ingredients of Mahabhava are pride, ambition, fear, dry artificial crying, envy, anger, and mild smiling. 179. There are eight symptoms of ecstatic love on the platform of transcendental jubilation. And when they are combined and tasted by Krishna, the Lord's mind is completely satisfied. 170. Indeed, they're compared to a combination of yogurt, candy, ghee, honey, black pepper, camphor, and cardamom, which, when mixed together, are very tasty and sweet. 179. Lord Shri Krishna is thousands upon thousands of times more satisfied when he sees Srimati Radharani's face light up from the combination of ecstatic love than he is by direct union with her. Purport. This is further explained in the following verse from the Ujjvala Nilamani, Anubhava Prakarana 41 of Sri Rupa Goswami. 118. May the sight of Srimati Radharani's Kilakanchita ecstasy, which is like a bouquet, bring good fortune to all. When Sri Krishna blocks Radharani's way at Dankhati, there was laughter within her heart. Her eyes grew bright, and fresh tears flowed from her eyes, reddening them. Due to her sweet relationship with Krishna, her eyes were enthusiastic, and when her crying subsided, she appeared even more beautiful. 181. Agitated by tears, Srimati Radharani's eyes were tinged with red, just as the eastern horizon at sunrise. Her lips began to move with jubilation and lusty desire. Her eyebrows curved, and her lotus like face smiled mildly. Seeing Radharani's face exhibit such emotion, Lord Shri Krishna felt a million times happier than when he embraced her. Indeed, Lord Shri Krishna's happiness is not at all mundane. Purport. This is a quotation from Govinda Lilamrita 9.18. 182. Upon hearing this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became very happy, and being absorbed in this happiness, he embraced Swarup Damodar Goswami. 183. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then asked Swarup Damodar, please speak of the ecstatic ornaments decorating the body of Srimati Radharani, by which she enchants the mind of Sri Govinda. 184. Being thus requested, Swarup Damodar began to speak. All the devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu were very happy to hear him. 185. Sometimes when Srimati Radharani is sitting or when she is going to Vrindavan, she sees Krishna. The symptoms of various ecstasies that become manifest at that time are called vilasa. Purport. This is described in the following verse taken from Ujjvala Nilamani, Anubhava Prakarana 39. The various symptoms manifested in a woman's face, eyes, and other parts of her body, and the way she moves, sits, or stands when she meets her beloved are called vilasa. 188. Swarup Damodar said, timidity, jubilation, ambition, respect, fear, and the characteristics of the left wing gopis are all ecstatic symptoms that combine to agitate Srimati Radharani. Purport. This is explained in the following verse, which is found in Govinda Leelamrita 9.11. 189. When Srimati Radharani saw Lord Krishna just before her, her progress stopped and she assumed an attitude of opposition. Although her face was slightly covered by a blue garment, her two starry eyes were agitated, being wide and curved. Thus she was decorated with the ornaments of Vilasa, and her beauty increased to give pleasure to Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. 190. When Srimati Radharani stands before Krishna, she stands bent in three places, her neck, waist, and legs, and her eyebrows dance. When there is an awakening of various ecstatic symptoms on Srimati Radharani's face and in her eyes that are appropriate to charming feminine attitude, the Lalita ornament is manifest. When the bodily features are delicate and expertly curved, and when the eyebrows are very beautifully agitated, the ornaments of feminine charm called Lalita Alankara are manifest. Purport. This verse is from Ujjvala Nilamani, Anubhava Prakarana 51. 193. When Lord Shri Krishna happens to see Srimati Radharani decorated with Lalita ornaments, they both eagerly want to meet each other. 194. When Srimati Radharani was decorated with the ornament of Lalita Alankara, just to increase Sri Krishna's love, an attractive curve is manifested by her neck, knees, and waist. This was brought about by her timidity and apparent desire to avoid Krishna. The flickering movements of her eyebrows would conquer the powerful bow of Cupid. To increase the joy of her beloved, her body is decorated with the ornaments of Lalita Alankara. Purport. This is a quote from Govinda Leelamrita 9.14. 195. When Krishna comes forward and greedily snatches at the border of her sari, Srimati Radharani was actually very pleased with him, but still she tries to stop him. 196. This ecstatic attitude of Srimati Radharani is called Kutamati. When this ecstatic ornament is manifested, Radharani externally tries to avoid Krishna, and she apparently becomes angry, although she's very happy with him. 197. When the border of her sari and the sari veiling her face are caught, she externally appears offended and angry, but within her heart she is very happy. Learned scholars call this attitude Kutamati. Purport. This is a quotation from Ujjvala Nilamani, Anubhava Prakarana 44. Text 198. Although Srimati Radharani was checking Krishna with her hand, internally she was thinking, let Krishna satisfy her desires. In this way, she was very pleased with him, and although externally she displayed opposition and anger. 199. Srimati Radharani externally displays a kind of dry crying as if she's offended. Then she mildly smiles and admonishes Lord Krishna. 200. Actually, she has no desire to stop Krishna's endeavor to touch her body and with his hands. Yet Srimati Radharani, through whose thighs are like trunks of a baby elephant, protests his advances, and sweetly smiles, admonishes him. At such times, she cries without tears on her charming face. In this way, Srimati Radharani is ornamented and decorated with various ecstatic symptoms which attract the mind of Sri Krishna. It is not at all possible to describe the unlimited pastimes of Sri Krishna, even though he himself describes them in his incarnation of Sahasravandana, the thousand-mouthed Seshanag. At that time, Srivas Thakur smiled and told Swarup Damodar, "My dear sir, please hear. Just see how opulent my goddess of fortune is." 204. As far as Vrindavan's opulence is concerned, it consists of a few flowers and twigs, some minerals from the hills, a few peacock feathers, and a plant known as gunjan. 205. When Jagannath decided to see Vrindavan, he went there, and upon hearing this, the goddess of fortune experienced restlessness and jealousy. 206. She wondered, why did Lord Jagannath give up so much opulence and go to Vrindavan? To make him a laughing stock, the goddess of fortune made arrangements for much decoration. 207. Then the maidservants of the goddess of fortune said to the servants of Lord Jagannath, why did Lord Jagannath abandon the great opulence of the goddess of fortune? And for the sake of a few leaves, fruits, and flowers, go to see the flower garden of Srimati Radharani. 208. Your master is so expert at everything, but why does he do such things? Now bring your master before the goddess of fortune. 209. In this way, all the maidservants of the goddess of fortune arrested the servants of Jagannath, bound them around the waist, and brought them before the goddess of fortune. 210. When the maidservants brought Lord Jagannath's servants before the lotus feet of the goddess of fortune, the Lord's servants were fined and forced to submit. 211. When the maidservants began to beat the Rath cart with sticks, and they treated the servants of Lord Jagannath almost like thieves. 212. Finally, all of Lord Jagannath's servants submitted to the goddess of fortune with folded hands, assuring her that they would bring Lord Jagannath before her the very next day. 213. Being thus pacified, the goddess of fortune returned to her apartment. Just see, my goddess of fortune is opulent beyond all description. 214. Srivas Thakur continued to address Swarup Damodar. Your gopis are engaged in boiling milk and churning yogurt, but my mistress, the goddess of fortune, sits on a throne made of jewels and gems. Srivas Thakur, who was enjoying the mood of Narada Muni, thus made jokes. Hearing him, all the personal servants of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu began to smile. 216. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then told Srivas Thakur, my dear Srivas, your nature is exactly like that of Narada Muni. The personality of Godhead's opulence is having a direct influence upon you. 217. Swarup Damodar is a pure devotee of Vrindavan. He does not even know what opulence is, for he is simply absorbed in pure devotional service. 218. Swarup Damodar then retorted, my dear Srivas, please hear me with attention. You have forgotten the transcendental opulence of Vrindavan. 219. The natural opulence of Vrindavan is just like an ocean. The opulence of Dwarka and Vaikuntha is not even is compared to a drop. 220. Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, full of all opulences, and his complete opulences are exhibited only in Vrindavan Dham. Vrindavan Dham is made of transcendental touchstone. Its entire surface is the source of all valuable jewels, and the Chintamani stone is used to decorate the lotus feet of the maidservants of Vrindavan. 222. Vrindavan is a natural forest of desired trees and creepers, and the inhabitants do not want anything but the fruits and flowers of those desired trees. In Vrindavan, there are cows that fulfill all desires, Kamadeni, and their number is unlimited. They graze from forest to forest and deliver only milk. The people want nothing else. In Vrindavan, the natural speech of the people sounds like music, and the natural motion resembles a dance. The water in Vrindavan is nectar, and the Brahmajati effulgence, which is full of transcendental bliss, is directly perceived there in its form. 216. The gopis, there are also goddesses of fortune, and they surpass the goddess of fortune who abides in Vaikuntha. In Vrindavan, Lord Krishna is always playing his transcendental flute, which is his dear companion. 227. The damsels of Vrindavan, the gopis, are super goddesses of fortune. The enjoyer in Vrindavan is the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna. The trees there are all wish fulfilling trees, and the land is made of transcendental touchstone. The water is all nectar. The talking is singing, the walk is dancing, and the walking is dancing. And the constant companion of Krishna is his flute. The effulgence of transcendental bliss is experienced everywhere. Therefore, Vrindavan Dham is the only relishable abode. Purport. This is a quotation from the Brahma Samhita 5:1656. Text 128. The anklets on the damsels of Rajabhumi are made of Chintamani stone. The trees are wish fulfilling trees, and they produce flowers with which the gopis decorate themselves. They are also wish fulfilling cows, kamadhenus, which deliver unlimited quantities of milk. These cows constitute the wealth of Vrindavan. Thus, Vrindavan's opulence is blissfully exhibited. Purport. This verse by Bilva Mangal Thakur is quoted in Bhaktirasamrita Sindhu 2.1.179. 229. Srivas Thakur then began to dance in ecstatic love. He vibrated sounds by slapping his armpits, and with the palms of his hands, he laughed very loudly. Thus, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard these discussions about the pure transcendental mellow of Srimati Radharani. Absorbed in transcendental ecstasy, the Lord began to dance. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was dancing in ecstatic love, Swarup Damodar was singing, and the Lord said, "Go on singing, go on singing." The Lord then extended his own ears. Thus, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's ecstatic love was awakened by hearing the songs of Vrindavan. In this way, he inundated Purushottama, Jagannath Puri, with love of Godhead. Finally, the goddess of fortune returned to her apartment. In due course of time, as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was dancing, afternoon arrived. After much singing, all four Sankirtan parties grew fatigued. But Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's ecstatic love increased twofold. When dancing absorbed in Srimati Radharani's ecstatic love, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared in her very form. Seeing this form, a distant place, Nityananda Prabhu offered prayers. Seeing the ecstatic love of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Nityananda Prabhu did not approach but remained a little distance away. Only Nityananda Prabhu could catch Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but the ecstatic mood of love of the Lord would not stop. At the same time, Kirtan could not be continued. Swarup Damodar then informed the Lord that all the devotees were fatigued. Seeing this situation, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to his external senses. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then entered the forest flower garden with all his devotees. Resting there for some time, he took his afternoon bath. 240. Then there arrived in large quantities a variety of food that had been offered to Sri Jagannath and a variety that had been offered to the goddess of fortune. 241. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu finished his afternoon lunch, and after his evening bath, he went to see Lord Jagannath. As soon as saw Lord Jagannath, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu began to chant and dance. Afterwards, accompanied by his devotees, the Lord enjoyed sporting in the lake called Narendra Sarovar. Then entering the flower garden, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took his meal. In this way, he continually performed all kinds of pastimes for 8 days. The next day, Lord Jagannath came out of the temple riding on a car and returned to his own abode. As previously, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees chanted and danced in great pleasure. During the Pandu Vijaya, Lord Jagannath was carried. While he was being carried, a bunch of silken ropes broke. When the Lord Jagannath deity is carried, at intervals he is placed on cotton pads. When the ropes broke, the cotton pads also broke due to the weight of Lord Jagannath, and the cotton floated into the air. Ramananda Vasu, Satyaraj Khan were present from Kulinagram, and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, with great respect, gave them the following orders. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ordered Ramananda Vasu and Satyaraj Khan to become worshippers of these robes, and every year bring silken robes from their village. Purport. It is understood that silken robe was being manufactured by the local inhabitants of Kulinagram. Therefore, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu asked Ramananda Vasu and Satyaraj Khan to get robes every year for Lord Jagannath's service. After telling them this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu showed them the broken silken robe, saying, "Just look at this sample. You must make robes that are much stronger." 251. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then informed Ramananda Vasu and Satyaraj Khan that this robe was the abode of Lord Shesha, who expanded himself into 10 forms and serves the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Purport. From a description of Sheshanaga refers to Adi Lila 5.124, 123, 124. Text 252. After receiving orders from the Lord for rendering the service, the fortunate Satyaraj and Ramananda Vasu were highly pleased. Every year thereafter, when the Gundicha temple was being cleansed, Satyaraj and Ramananda Vasu would come with other devotees and with great pleasure bring silken robe. Thus Lord Jagannath returned to his temple and sat on his throne while Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu returned to his residence with his devotees. Thus Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu showed the Ratha-yātrā ceremony to his devotees and performed the Vrndavana pastimes with them. The pastimes of Lord Chaitanya are unlimited and endless. Even Sahasravadana, Lord Shesha, cannot reach the limits of his pastimes. 257. Praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunath, always describing their mercy, I, Krishna Das, narrate Sri Chaitanya Caritamrta, following in their footsteps. Purport. Thus end the Bhaktivedanta purport to Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Lila, chapter 14, describing the performance of Vrindavan pastimes and the Hera Panchami Yatra. Chapter 15 will be read by Sarvabhauma. Chapter description, if you don't mind. Yeah.
Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Nam Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatari Satarane. Chapter 15. The Lord accepts prasadam at the house of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. The following summary of this chapter is given by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur in his Amrita Prabha Bhashya. After the Ratha-yātrā festival, Sri Advaitacharya Prabhu worshipped Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with flowers and tulsi. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in return worshipped Advaitacharya with flowers and tulsi that remained on the offered plate and said a mantra. Yosi sosi namostute. Whatever you are, but I offer my respect unto you. Then Advaitacharya Prabhu invited Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu for prasada. When Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees performed the Nandotsava ceremony, the Lord dressed himself as a cowherd boy. Thus, the ceremony was very jubilant. Then the Lord and his devotees observed Vijay Dashami, the day of victory when Lord Ramachandra conquered Lanka. The devotees all became soldiers of Lord Ramachandra, and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, in the ecstasy of Hanuman, manifested various transcendently blissful activities. Thereafter, the Lord and his devotees observed various other ceremonies. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then asked all the devotees to return to Bengal. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sent Nityananda Prabhu to Bengal for preaching and also sent Ramdas, Gadadhar Das, and several other devotees with him. Then Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, with great humility, sent some Jagannath Prasadam and a cloth from Lord Jagannath to his mother through Srivas Thakur. When the Lord bade farewell to Raghava Pandit Vasudev Dutt, the residents of Kulinagram, and other devotees, he praised them for their transcendental qualities. Ramananda Basu and Satyaraj Khan asked some questions, and Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu instructed them that all householder devotees must engage themselves in the service of the Vaishnavas, exclusively devoted to chanting the holy name of the Lord. He also instructed the Vaishnavas from Kanda, as well as Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya and Vidya Vichaspati, and he praised Murari Gupta for his firm faith in the lotus feet of Lord Ramchandra. Considering the humble prayer of Vasudev Datta, he established that Lord Sri Krishna is qualified to deliver all the conditioned souls. Thereafter, when Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was accepting prasadam at the house of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, Sarvabhauma's son-in-law, Amoga, created trouble in the family with his criticisms. The following morning, he was attacked by the disease of Vishuchika, cholera. Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu very kindly saved him from death and enlivened him in chanting the holy name of the Lord. Text 1. Sarvabhauma grihe bunjan shiva nindakam amogakam angikurvam sputam chakre gorasvam bhaktavasyatam. Translation. While Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was taking prasadam at the house of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, Amoga criticized him. Still, the Lord accepted Amoga, thereby showing how much he was obliged to his devotees. Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gora Bhakta Vrinda. That was text 2. All glories to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, all glories to Lord Nityananda Prabhu, and all glories to Advaita Chandra, and all glories to all the devotees of Lord Chaitanya. Jai Sri Chaitanya Charitamrta Shrotakana Chaitanya Charitamrita Yanra Pranadana. All glories to the listeners of Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita who accepted it as their life and soul. Text 4. E Mata Mahaprabhu Bhaktagana Sanghe Nilachale Ruhikare Nritya Gita Range. While Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu stayed at Jagannath Puri, he constantly enjoyed chanting and dancing with his devotees. Pratam avasare Jagannatha darshana nritya gita kare danda pranama stavana. In the beginning of the day, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saw the deity of Lord Jagannath in the temple. He offered him obeisances and prayers and danced and sang before him. Text 6. Uplaboga lagile kare bahire vijaya haridasa mili ahisi apana nilaya. Translation. After visiting the temple, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu would remain outside during the Upalaboga offering. He would then go to meet Haridas Thakur and return to his residence. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. At noon, when there was Upalaboga offering in a place called Boga Vardhanakanda, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu would go outside the temple. Before going outside, he used to stand near the Garuda Stamba column and offer his obeisances and prayers. Afterwards, the Lord would visit Siddhabakula, where Haridas Thakur lived. After visiting with Haridas Thakur, the Lord would return to his own place at the abode of Kashi Mishra. Text 7. Gare Vasi Kare Prabhu Nama Sankirtana Advaita Aisya Kare Prabhura Pujanam. Translation. Sitting in his room, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu would chant on his beads, and Advaita Prabhu would come there to worship the Lord. Text 8. Sukhandi Salila Dena Padya Achamana Sarvange Lepaye Prabhuras Sugandhi Chandana. While worshiping Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Advaitacharya would offer him scented water to wash his mouth and feet. Then Advaitacharya would smear very fragrant sandalwood pulp all over his body. Text 9. Gale mala dena mataya tulasi manjari yodahate stutikare pade namaskari. Translation. Sri Advaita Prabhu would also place a flower garland around the Lord's neck and tulsi flowers, manjaris, on his head. Then with folded hands, Advaitacharya would offer obeisances and prayers unto the Lord. Text 10. Puja patre pushpatalasi shesha achilam se sabalanya prabhu acharye pujilam. Translation. After being worshipped by Advaitacharya, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu would take the dish containing flowers and tulsi, and with whatever paraphernalia remained, he would worship Advaitacharya. Text 11. Yosi sosi namostute e mantra pade mukha vadyakari prabhu hasaya acharya re. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would worship Advaitacharya by chanting the mantra, whatever you are, but I offer my respects unto you. In addition, the Lord would make some sounds with his mouth that would make Advaitacharya laugh. Text 12. Ehe mata anyonye karena namaskara prabhure nimantrana kare acharya barabara. In this way, Advaitacharya and Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu would offer their respectful obeisances unto each other. Then Advaitacharya would extend an invitation to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu again and again. Acharyara nimantrana acharya katana vistari varni yachena dasha Vrndavana. Indeed, Sri Advaitacharya's invitation is another wonderful story. It has been very vividly described by Vrndavana Thakur. Text 14. Purna rukti haya tahana kailun varnana ara bhaktagana kare prabhure nimantrana. Since Advaitacharya's invitation has been described by Vrndavana Thakur, I shall not repeat the story, but I shall say that other devotees also extended invitations to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 15. Eka eka dina eka eka bhakta grihe mahotsava Prabhu Sange Tahan Bojana Kare Bhakta Sabha. Day after day, one devotee after another would invite Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and other devotees to lunch, and would also hold a festival. Text 16. Chari Masa Rahila Sabe Mahaprabhu Sange Jagannathara Ratha-yātrā Deke Maharange. All the devotees remained at Jagannath Puri for 4 continuous months, and they observed all Lord Jagannath's festivals with great pleasure. Text 17. Krishna Janma Yatra Dine Nanda Mahotsava Gopavesha Haila Prabhu Lanya Bhakta Sava. The devotees celebrated the festival of Janmashtami, Krishna's birthday, which is also called Nanda Mahotsava, the festival of Nanda Maharaj. At that time, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees dressed themselves as cowherd boys. Text 18. Dahi dugdham parasabe nija skande kari Mahotsava stane aila bali hari hari. Translation. Having dressed up like cowherd boys, all the devotees carried pots of milk and yogurt balanced on rods over their shoulders. Thus they all arrived at the festival grounds chanting the holy name of Hari. Text 19. Kananye Urkutiya Achena Nanda Veshadari Jagannatha Mahati Anachena Vrajasvari. Kanani Kutiya dressed himself like Nanda Maharaj, and Jagannath Mahiti dressed himself as Mother Yashoda. Text 20. Apane Pratapa Rudra Ara Mishra Kashi Sarvabhauma Ara Pandicha Patratulasi. At that time, King Pratapa Rudra was also present with Kashi Mishra, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, and Tulasi Parichapatra. Parichapatra. Translation. Text 21. Inya Sabhalana Prabhu Kare Nitra Ranga Dhari Dugda Haridra Jale Bhare Subaranga. As usual, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu danced jubilantly. Everyone was covered with milk and yogurt and yellow turmeric water. Text 22. Advaita kahe satya kahi nakari hakopa laguda pa piraite paratabe jani gopa. At this time, Srila Advaitacharya said, "Please do not be angry. I speak the truth. I shall know what you are, that you are a cowherd boy only if you can wield this rod about." Text 23. Tabe Lagura Lanya Prabhu Piraite Lagila Barabara Kase Peli Lupia Darila. Translation. Accepting Advaitacharya's challenge, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took a big rod and began to wheel it around and around. Again and again, he threw the rod into the sky and caught it when it fell. Text 24. Shirera upare prishte samuke dvipasi Paramadye piraya laguda deke lokahase. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wheeled and threw the rod, sometimes over his head, sometimes behind his back, sometimes in front of him, sometimes to his side, and sometimes between his legs. All the people laughed to see this. Text 25. Alata chakrera praya laguda piraya deki sarvaloke chitte chamatkara paya. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu whirled the rod in a circle like a firebrand, the heart of everyone who saw it was astonished. Ehi mata nityananda piraya laguda kebujibe tanha tunhara gopi bhavagudha. Nityananda Prabhu also played at whirling the rod. Who can understand how they were ecstatically immersed in the deep emotions of the cowherd boys? Text 27. Pratapa parudrera agihaya paricha tulasi Jagannathara Prasada Vastra Ekalanyasi. Following the orders of Maharaj Prataparudra, the temple and superintendent named Tulasi brought one of Lord Jagannath's used cloths. Text 28. Bahu Mulya Vastra Prabhu Mistake Bandila Acharyadi Prabhura Ganere Paraila. This valuable cloth was wrapped around the head of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. The other devotees, headed by Advaitacharya, also had cloths wrapped about their heads. Text 29. Kananani Kutiya Jagana Duitanam Avesha Dilayala Gare Chila Yata Dana. In ecstasy, Kanani Kutiya, who was dressed as Nanda Maharaj, and Jagannath Mahiti, who was dressed as Mother Yashoda, distributed all the riches they had stocked at home. Text 30. Deki Mahaprabhu Bada Santosha Paila Mata Pita Jane Dunhe Namaskara Kaila. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was greatly satisfied to see this. Accepting them as his mother and father, he offered them obeisances. Text 31. Parama Aveshi Prabhu Aila Nija Gara E Mata Lila Kare Goranga Sundara. In great ecstasy, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu returned to his residence. In this way, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, known as Goranga Sundara, performed various pastimes. Text 32. Vijaya Dashami Lanka Vijaya Radine Vanhara Sainya Kaila Prabhu Lanya Bhakta Gane. On the day celebrating the conquest of Lanka, a day known as Vijaya Dashami, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu dressed up all his devotees as monkey soldiers. Text 33. Hanumana Veshe Prabhu Vriksha Shakalana Lanka Gare Chari Pele Gara Bangiya. Translation. Displaying the emotions of Hanuman, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took up a large tree branch and mounting the walls of the Lanka fort, began to dismantle it. Text 34. Kanhanre Ravna Prabhu Kahe Prodhaveshe Jagan Mata Bhare Papi Marumu Savamshe. In the ecstasy of Hanuman, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu angrily said, "Where is that rascal Ravana? He has kidnapped the universal mother Sita. Now I shall kill him and all his family." Text 35. Goshanira Vesadeki Loke Chamatkara Sarvaloka Jaya Jaya Bale Bara Bara. Everyone became very much astonished to see the emotional ecstasy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and everyone began to chant, all glories, again and again. E Mata Ratha-yātrā Ara Dipavali Uttana Vadasi-yātrā Dekila Sakali. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees participated in all the festivals, including Ratha-yātrā, Dipavali, and Uttana Devadasi. Purport. The Diwali festival takes place on the dark moon night in the month of Kartik, October, November. The Ratha-yātrā or Ras dance of Krishna takes place on the full moon night of the same month. And Uttana Devadasi takes place the day after Ekadasi in the waxing fortnight of the moon in the same month. All the devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu participated in all these festivals. Text 37. Ekadina Mahaprabhu Nityanandelana Duibai Yuktikaila Nibriti Vasiya. One day, the two brothers, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu and Nityananda Prabhu, consulted with each other while sitting together in a solitary place. Text 38. Kiva yukti kaila dunhe ka keha nahi jane pale anumana pache kaila bhaktagane. No one could understand what the brothers discussed between themselves, but later all the devotees could guess what the subject matter was. Text 39. Tabe Mahaprabhu Saba Bhakte Bodh Roda Desheya Sabe Vidaya Karila. Thereafter, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu called for all the devotees and asked them to return to Bengal. In this way, he bade them farewell. Text 40. Sabare Kahila Prabhu Pratyabda Asya Kundicha Dekhiya Yabe Amare Mitliya. Translation, bidding farewell to all the devotees, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu requested them to return to Jagannath Puri every year to see him and then see the cleansing of the Gundicha temple. Text 41. Acharyare Agyatila Karya Samana Achandala Adi Krishna Bhakti Diyodana. With great respect, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu requested Advaitacharya give Krishna consciousness devotion to Krishna even to the lowest of men, Chandalas. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. This is Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's order to all his devotees. Krishna Bhakti, devotion to Krishna, is open to everyone, even low-class men like Chandalas. One should follow this order in the disciplic successions stemming from Sri Advaita and Nityananda Prabhu and distribute Krishna consciousness without discrimination throughout the world. There are different kinds of men, beginning with the Brahmin and going down to the lowest platform, known as Chandala. Whatever one's position, everyone in this age of Kali needs to be enlightened in Krishna consciousness. That is the greatest need of the day. Everyone is acutely feeling the pangs of material existence. Even in the ranks and files of the American Senate, the pinpricks of material existence are felt. So much so that April 30th, 1974 was actually set aside as prayer day. Thus, everyone is feeling the resultant pinpricks of Kali Yuga, brought about by human societies indulging in illicit sex, meat eating, gambling, and intoxication. Now is the time for the members of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness to distribute Krishna Bhakti all over the world, and thus follow the orders of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. The Lord has ordered everyone to become a guru. Caitanya Caritamrta, Madhya 7:128. Amara Agaya Guru Hanhan Tara Eadesh. Everyone in every town and village should be enlightened by the instructions of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Krishna consciousness should be distributed to everyone indiscriminately. In this way, the entire world will be peaceful and happy, and everyone will glorify Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu as he desires. The word Chandala actually refers to a dog eater who is considered the lowest of men. Even Chandalas can be enlightened in Krishna consciousness due to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's benedictions. Krishna Bhakti is not the monopoly of a certain caste. Everyone is eligible to receive this great benediction given by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Everyone should be given a chance to receive it and be happy. The word dana, meaning charity, is also significant in this verse. Whoever engages in the distribution of Krishna consciousness is a charitable person. Professional men recite Srimad Bhagavatam and discuss Krishna Bhakti for an exchange of money. They cannot distribute such exalted transitory property to everyone and anyone. Only pure devotees who have no other motive than serving Krishna can give such transcendently valuable benedictions out of charity. Text 42. Nityanande agyadila yatagora desha anargala prema bhakti karhiha prakashe. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ordered Nityananda Prabhu, go to Bengal and without restriction manifest devotional service to Lord Krishna, to the Lord, Krishna consciousness. Purport, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu thus ordered Nityananda Prabhu to deliver all the Bengalis to devotional service. In the Bhagavad Gita, 9:32, the Lord says, Mam hi parta vyapasritya epishu papayonaya striyo vaishas tata sudras tepi yanti param gatim. O son of Prithu, those who take shelter in me, though they be of lower birth, men, women, Vaishyas, merchants, and Shudras, workers, can attain the supreme destination. Whoever takes to Krishna consciousness and follows the regulative principles can return home, back to Godhead. In his Anubhasya, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur writes, there is a class of so-called devotees called Prakrita Sahajas who think that Nityananda Prabhu is an ordinary human being. They have spread the news that Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu ordered Nityananda Prabhu to return to Bengal from Orissa just to marry and beget children. This is certainly a great offense to Nityananda Prabhu. Such an offense is called Pashandibhuti, or an atheistic remark. Offenders consider Nityananda Prabhu to be like one of them, an ordinary human being. They do not know of Nityananda Prabhu's identity with Vishnu Tattva. Thinking Nityananda Prabhu to be an ordinary human being is the business of mental speculators known as Kuna Padmavadis. These people accept the material body, which is a bag of three material elements, Kunape, Tridaduke, as themselves. They think that Nityananda Prabhu's body was similarly material and it was meant for sense gratification. Whoever thinks in this way is a candidate for the darkest regions of hell. Those who hanker after women and money, who are self-interested and have the mentality of merchants, can certainly discover many things with their fertile brains and speak against the authorized revealed scriptures. They also engage in some money-making business to cheat innocent people. And they try to support their business programs by making such offensive statements. Actually, Nityananda Prabhu, being the expansion of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, is the most munificent incarnation. No one should consider him an ordinary human being or an entity like the Prajapatis who were ordered by Brahma to increase generations. Nityananda Prabhu should not be considered instrumental for sense gratification. Although professional so-called preachers support this idea, such statements are not found in any authorized revealed scriptures. Actually, there is no support for these statements by the Sahajas or other professional distributors of Krishna Bhakti. Text 43. Ramdas Gadadhar Adi Kata Dane Tomara Sahaya Lagi Bilu Tomara Sane. Nityananda Prabhu was given assistants like Ramdas, Gadadhar Das, and several others. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, I give them to you to assist you. Text 44. Madhya Madhya Ami Tomara Nikata Yaiba Alaksite Rahit Tomaran Ritya Dikiba. I shall also see you at intervals, keeping myself invisible. I shall watch you dance. Text 45. Shrivas Pandite Prahu Kari Alingana Kante Darika Hetanre Madhuravachana. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then embraced Srivas Pandit and with his arm about his neck began to speak to him in sweet words. Text 46. Tomhara Gare Kirtani Ami Nitya Nachiba Tumi Dekha Pave Ara Keha Dekiba. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu requested Srivas Thakur perform congregational chanting daily and be assured that I shall also dance in your presence. You will be able to see this dancing, but not others. Text 47. Evastra matake dia e saba prasad dandavat karya amara samaya parad. Take this prasadam of Lord Jagannath and this cloth and deliver them to my mother Shachi Devi. After offering her obeisances, please request her to excuse my offenses. Text 48. Tanra sevachari ami kariache sanyas Dharma na he kari ama nija dharma nasha. I have given up the service of my mother and have accepted the sannyas order. Actually, I should not have done this, for by so doing, I have destroyed my religious principles. Text 49. Tanra prema vasami tanra seva dharma taha chari karyachi vatu lera karma. Translation. I am subordinate to the love of my mother, and it is my duty to serve her in return. Instead of doing so, I have accepted the renounced order. Certainly, this is the act of a madman. Text 50. Vatula bal Caritamrta nahi layadosh jani mata more na karaya rosh. A mother is not offended by her mad son, and knowing this, my mother is not offended by me. Text 51. Nakaya sanyase mora prema nijatan ye kale sanyasa kailun chana hailaman. Translation. I had no business in accepting the renounced order and sacrificing my love for my mother, which is my real property. Actually, I was in a crazy state of mind when I accepted sannyas. Text 52. Nilachale anchamuni tanhara agyate maje maje asimu tanra charanete kite. Translation. I am staying here at Jagannath Puri, Nilachala, to comply with her orders, but at intervals, I go to see her lotus feet. Text 53. Nityayai deki muni tanhara charane spurti jane tenhotaha satyanahimane. Indeed, I go there daily to see her lotus feet. She is able to feel my presence, although she does not believe it to be true. Text 54 through 55. Ekadina Shayana Vyanjana Panchasatam Saka Mocha Ganta Brista Patola Nimbapata Lembu Ada Kandadari Dukta Kandasara Shala Grame Samarapilena Bahu Upahara. One day, my mother Sachi offered food to Shalagram Vishnu. She offered rice cooked from shalipatis, various kinds of vegetables, spinach, curry made of banana flowers, fried patola with neem leaves, pieces of ginger with lemon, and also yogurt, milk, sugar candy, many other foods. Text 56. Prasada Lanya Kole Karina Grandana Nimaira Priyamora Isabha Vyanjana. Translation. Taking the food up on her lap, mother was crying to think that all that food was very dear to her Nimai. Text 57. Imani Nahika Eta Kekare Bodhana Mora Diyane Ashrutale Barila Nayana. My mother was thinking, Nimai is not here. Who will accept all this food? As she meditated upon me in this way, her eyes filled with tears. Text 58. Shigrayai muni sabha karinu bakshana shunya patra leki ashru karya marjana. While she was thus thinking and crying, immediately I went there with great haste and ate everything. Seeing the dish empty, she wiped her tears away. Text 59. Kayana Vijnana Kaila Shunyekena Pata Balagopala Kibaba Kaila Sababat. She then began to wonder who had eaten all that food. Why is the plate empty? She wondered, doubting that Balgopal had eaten it all. Text 60. Kibam hora kataya mane brahmahana kela kiva kona jantu asi sakala kaila. She began to wonder whether there had actually been anything on the plate in the first place. Then again, she thought that some animal might have come in and eaten everything. Text 61. Hivami anapatre brahmina badila etachinti pakapatra yana dekila. She thought perhaps by a mistake I did not put any food on the plate. So thinking, she went into the kitchen and saw the pots. Text 62. Anam Vyanjana Purnadeki Sakala Bhajane Deki Asam Shaya Haila Pichu Chamatkaramane. When she saw that all the pots were still filled with rice and vegetables, there was some doubt in her mind, and she was astonished. Ishane Bhona Purna Stanale Paila Punarapi Gopalake Anasamarpila. Thus wondering, she called Ishana, the servant, and had the place cleaned again. She then offered another plate to Gopal. Mata yabe karena utama randhana more ka yaite kare utkantaya rodana. Translation. Now, whenever she prepares some cooked food and wants to feed it to me, she cries in great anxiety. Text 65. Tanra premeani amaya karaya bojane antare manaye shuka baye nahimane. Being obliged by her love, I am brought there to eat. Mother knows all these things internally and feels happiness, but externally she does not accept them. Text 66. E vijaya dasamite haila e riti tanhake puchiya tanra karaya pratiti. Such an incident took place on the last Vijayadashami day. You're going to ask her about this incident and thus make her believe that I actually go there. Text 67. Iteka kahite prabhu vivala ha'ila loka vidnaya karite prabhu darila. While describing all this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu became a little overwhelmed, but just to finish bidding farewell to his devotees, he remained silent, patient. Text 68. Raghava Pandite Kahne Vachana Sarasa Tomara Shuddha Preme Amihai Tomara Vasa. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu spoke some relishable words to Raghava Pandit. He said, I am obliged to you due to your pure love for me. 69. In Hara Krishna Seva Kata Shuna Sarvajana Parama Pavitra Seva Ati Sarvotama. Translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then informed everyone, just hear about the pure devotional service rendered to King Krishna by Raghava Pandit. Indeed, Raghava Pandit's service is supremely pure and highly accomplished. Text 70. Ara Dravya Rahu Shunanari Kalera Katam Panchaganda Kari Narikela Vikayatata. Apart from other commodities, just hear about his offering of coconuts. A coconut is sold at the rate of 5 gandas each. Text 71. Vatite kata shatta rikshe laksha laksha pala tatapi shunena yatta mista narikela. Although he already has hundreds of trees and millions of fruits, he is still very eager to hear about the place where sweet coconuts are available. Text 72. Eka eka palhera mulyam diyachari charipana dasakrosha haite anaya kariyayatana. He collects coconuts with great endeavor from a place 20 miles away, and he pays 4 panas each for them. Pratidina pancha satta palacho lahana Shushitala karite rake jale tubaina. Every day, 5 to 7 coconuts are clipped and put into water to keep cool. Text 74. Bogara Samaya Puna Chuli Samskari Krishna Samarpana Kare Mukha Chira Kari. At the time of offering Boga, the coconuts are again clipped and cleansed. After holes are made in them at the top, they are offered to Lord Krishna. Text 75. Krishna se narikela jalapana akari kabu shunya pala rakena kabu jalabari. Lord Krishna drinks the juice from these coconuts, and sometimes the coconuts are left drained of juice. At other times, the coconuts remain filled with juice. Text 76. Jala shunya pala deki pandita harasitam palabange shashe kare satpatra purita. When Raghava Pandit sees that the juice has been drunk from the coconuts, he is very pleased. He then breaks the coconuts, takes out the pulp, and puts it on another plate. Text 77. Shasya samarpanakari bahire dehena Shasya kana krishna kare shunya bhajana. After offering the pulp, he meditates outside the temple door. In the meantime, Lord Krishna, having eaten the pulp, leaves the plate empty. Text 78. Prabhu Shasya Kana Puna Patrabhara Samse Shradabhare Panditera Premas Vrndavana. Sometimes after eating the pulp, Krishna fills the plate again with new pulp. In this way, the faith of Raghava Pandit increases and he floats in an ocean of love. Text 79. Ekadina paladasa samskara kariya bogalagaite sevaka ailalanya. One day it so happened that about 10 coconuts were properly dipped and brought by a servant to offer to the deity. Text 80. Avasara nahihaya vilamba ila palapatra te sevaka dvare tarahila. When the coconuts were brought, there was little time to offer them because it was already late. The servant holding the container of coconuts remained standing at the door. Text 81. Varhera upara bite ten hohata dila sehate pala chunila pandita dekila. Raghava Pandit then saw that the servant touched the ceiling above the door and then touched the coconuts with the same hand. Pandita kahe, dware loka kare katayate, tara pada duli udi, lage uparabite. Raghava Pandit then said, people are always coming and going through that door. The dust from their feet blows up and touches the ceiling. Text 83. Se bite hata diya pala parasila, Krishna yogya nahe pala apavritra. After touching the ceiling above the door, you have touched the coconuts. Now they are no longer fit to be offered to Krishna because they are contaminated. Purport by Prabhupada. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur states that Raghava Pandit was not simply a crazy fellow suffering from some cleansing mania. He did not belong to the mundane world. In lower consciousness, accepting something to be spiritual when it is actually material is called Boma Ijatiya. Raghava Pandit was an eternal servant of Krishna, and everything he saw was related to the service of the Lord. He was always absorbed in the transcendental thought of how he could always serve Krishna with everything. Sometimes neophytes, devotees on the lower platform, try to imitate Raghava Pandit on the platform of material purity and impurity. Such imitation will not help anyone. As explained in the Caitanya Caritamrta Antya Lila 4:174, Bhadra Bhadra Vastu Jnana Nahika Prakrite. On the transcendental platform, there is no higher or lower, pure or impure. On the material platform, distinction is made between good and bad, but on the spiritual platform, everything is of the same quality. Dvaita Bhadra Bhadra Jnana Sabhamano Dharma E Balala E Manda Se Sabhabram In the material world, conceptions of good, bad, or mental speculations. Therefore, saying this is good and that is bad is all a mistake. Caitanya Caritamrta Lila 4:176. Text 84. Etabali palapele prachira langiya aiche pavitra prema seva jagat yuniya. Such is the service of Raghava Pandit. He did not accept the coconuts, but threw them over the wall. His service is purely based on unalloyed love, and it conquers the whole world. Text 85. Tabe ara narikela samskara karaila parama pavitrakari bhogala gaila. Thereafter, Raghava Pandit had other coconuts gathered, cleansed, and clipped, and with great attention he offered them to the deity to eat. Text 86. Matakala amra naranga katala yaha duragrame uniyache bala. In this way, from distant villages, he collected excellent bananas, mangoes, oranges, jackfruit, and whatever other first-class fruits he had heard about. Text 87. Bahumulya diyani kariya yatana pavitra samskara kari kare nivadana. All these fruits are collected from distant places and brought at a high price. After trimming them with great care and purity, Raghava Pandit offers them to the deity. Text 88. Ehemata vyanjanera shakka mula pala Emata chira uduma sandesha sakala. Thus, with great care and attention, Raghava Pandit prepares spinach, other vegetables, radishes, fruits, chipped rice, powdered rice, and sweetmeats. Text 89. Emata pitapana shiradana parama pavitra ara kare sarvotama. Translation. He prepares cakes, sweet rice, condensed milk, and everything else with great attention, and the cooking conditions are purified so that the food is first class and delicious. Kashamdi acharani aneka prakara gandhavastra alankara sarva dravya sara. Raghava Pandit also offers all kinds of pickles, such as kashamdi. He offers various scents, garments, ornaments, and the best of everything. Text 91. Mata pramera seva kare anupama yaha deki sarvalokara tudaya nayana. Raghava Pandit also serves the Lord in an incomparable way. Everyone is very much satisfied to see him. Etabali rakavere kaila alingane mata samanila sarva bhakta gane. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then mercifully embraced Raghava Pandit. The Lord also offered all other devotees a farewell with similar respect. Text 93. Shivananda Senakahe Kariya Samana Vasudeva Dattara Tumi Kariya Samadana. The Lord also respectfully told Shivananda Sen, take care of Vasudeva Dutt very nicely. Text 94. Parama udarino ye dina ye asi se dine vyaya kare nahi rake sheshe. Vasudeva Dutt is very liberal. Every day, whatever income he receives, he spends. He does not keep any balance. Text 95. Grihasta hyena inho chahiyat sanchaya Sanchayana Kaila Kutumba Bharana Nahihaya. Being a householder, Vasudeva Dutt needs to save some money, but he is not doing so. It is very difficult for him to maintain his family. Text 96. Ihara Garera Aya Valaya Saba Tamara Stane Sarakela Hatumi Kariha Samathane. Please take care of Vasudeva Dutt's family affairs, become his manager, and make the proper adjustments. Purport. Vasudev Datta and Shivananda Sen were living in the same neighborhood, which is presently called Kumarhata or Halisahara. Text 97, Prativarshe Amara Sabha Bhaktagana Lanya Gundichaya Asibe Sabaya Panakariya. Come every year and bring all my devotees to you, with you, to the Gundicha festival. I also request you to maintain all of them. Text 98. Kulina Gramire Kahe Samana Kariya Pati Abda Asibe Yatraya Patadori Lanya. Translation. The Lord then, with great respect, extended an invitation to all the inhabitants of Kalinagram, asking them to come every year and bring silken robe to carry Lord Jagannath during the Ratha-yātrā festival. Text 99. Gunaraja Kanakala Sri Krishna Vijaya Tahaneka Vakyatanra Ache Prema Maya. Translation. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then said, Gunaraj Khan of Kulinagram compiled a book named Sri Krishna Vijaya, in which there is a sentence revealing the author's ecstatic love of Krishna. Purport. Sri Krishna Vijaya is a book of poems considered to be the first book of poetry written in Bengal. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur states that this book was begun in the year 1395 Shukabda, 1473 AD. After 7 years, it was completed in 1402 Shukabda. This book was written in plain language, and even half-educated Bengalis and women could read it very clearly. Even ordinary men with little knowledge of the alphabet could read this book and understand it. Its language was not very ornamental, and sometimes the poetry was not very sweet to hear. Although according to the sonnet style, each line should contain 14 syllables, there are sometimes 16, 12, or 13 syllables in his verse. Many words used in those days could be understood only by local inhabitants, yet this book is still so popular that no bookstore is complete without it. It is very valuable for those who are advancing in Krishna consciousness. Sri Gunaraj Khan was one of the topmost Vaishnavas, and he translated the 10th and 11th cantos of Srimad Bhagavatam for the understanding of common man. The book Sri Krishna Vijaya was highly praised by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, and is very valuable for all Vaishnavas. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur gives a genealogical table and family history of Gunaraj Khan. When a Bengali emperor named Adishura first came from Kanyakubja or Kanauj, he brought with him 5 Brahmins and 5 Kayastas. Since the king is supposed to be accompanied by his associates, the Brahmins accompanied the king to help him in higher spiritual matters. The Kayastas were to render other services. In the northern Indian high country, the Kayastas are accepted as Shudras, but in Bengal, the Kayastas are considered among the higher caste. It is a fact that the Kayastas came to Bengal from northern India, specifically from Kanyakubja or Kanauj. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur says that the Kayastas who came from Kanyakubja were high-class men. One of them, Dasarath Basu, was a great personality, and the 13th generation of his family included Gunaraj Khan. His real name was Maladhara Basu, but the title Khan was given to him by the Emperor of Bengal. Thus he became known as Gunaraj Khan. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur gives the following genealogical table of Gunaraj Khan. 1. Dasarath Vasu. 2. Kushala. 3. Subha Shankara. 4. Hamsa. 5. Shaktiram. Bhaganda. Muktiram. Mainagara. And Alankara Bangaja. 6. Damodar. 7. Anantaram. 8. Guninayaka. And Vinanayaka. The 12th generation included Bhagirat, and the 13th Maladhara Vasu, or Gunaraj Khan. Sri Gunaraj Khan had 14 sons, of whom the second son Lakshmanath Vasu received the title of Satyaraj Khan. His son was Sri Ramananda Vasu. Therefore, Ramananda Vasu belonged to the 15th generation. Gunaraj Khan was a very well-known and wealthy man. His palace, fort, and temples are still existing. And from these, we can deduce that the opulence of Gunaraj Khan was certainly very great. Sri Gunaraj Khan never cared for the artificial aristocracy introduced by Balal Sain. Text 100. Nandana Nandana Krishna Mora Pranana Evakye Vikainu Tanravam Sharahat. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, Krishna, the son of Nanda Maharaj, is my life and soul. By this statement, I am sold into the hands of the descendants of Gunaraj Khan. Purport. The full verse referred to here is Eka Bhave Vandahari Yodhakari Hata Nandana Nandana Krishna Mora Prananata. With folded hands, I offer my prayers unto Krishna Nanda Maharaj's son, who is my life and soul. Text 101. Tomhara ki kata tomara gramera kukura sehe mora priyanya janara hudura. To say nothing of you, even a dog living in your village is very dear to me. What then to speak of others? Text 102. Tabe Ramananda Ara Satyaraj Khan Prabhura Charane Kichu Kailan Nivedan. After this, Ramananda Vasu and Satyaraj Khan both submitted questions to the lotus feet of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 103. Grihasta Vishaya Amiki Mora Sadhane Shri Mukhe Agyakara Prabhu Nivedi Charane. Satyaraj Khan said, My dear Lord, being a householder and a materialistic man, I do not know the process of advancing in spiritual life. I therefore submit myself unto your lotus feet and request you to give me orders. Text 104. Prabhu Kahena Krishna Seva Vaishnava Sevana Nirantara Kara Krishna Nama Sankirtana. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, Without cessation, continue chanting the holy name of Lord Krishna. Whenever possible, serve him and his devotees, the Vaishnavas. Text 105. Satyaraj Bale Vaishnava Chinya Kemane Ke Vaishnava Kahatanra Samanya Lakshane. Upon hearing this, Satyaraj said, How can I recognize a Vaishnava? Please let me know what a Vaishnava is. What are his common symptoms? Text 106. Prabhu Kahe Yanra Mukhe Shuni Kapara Krishna Nama Se Puja Krishna Savakara. Translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, Whoever chants the holy name of Krishna just once is worshipable and is the topmost human being. Purport. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur says that a person who simply chants the holy name of Krishna once becomes perfect and should be regarded as a Vaishnava. This is confirmed by Srila Rupa Goswami in his Upadesha. Shri Kishore Kishore Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Marani Ki Jai Shai Gaurnitai Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Maharaj Prabhupada Thakur Ki Jai A.C. Bhaktivinoda Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Jai Sri Chaitanya Jai Nityananda Jai Advaita Chandra Jai Gaura Bhakta-vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. With such faith in the holy name, one may begin a life of Krishna consciousness. But an ordinary person cannot chant the holy name of Krishna with such faith. One should accept the holy name of Krishna to be identical with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Transcendence himself. As the Padma Purana states, the holy name of Krishna is identical with Krishna and is like a Chintamani gem, a touchstone. The name of Krishna personified in sound, and therefore perfectly transcendental and eternally liberated from material contamination. Thus, one should understand that the name Krishna and Krishna himself are identical. Having such faith, one must continue to chant the holy name. When one is situated on the neophyte platform, one cannot understand the devotional ingredients of a pure, unalloyed devotee. However, when the novice engages in devotional service, especially in deity worship, and follows the order of a bona fide spiritual master, he is a pure devotee. Anyone can take advantage of hearing about Krishna consciousness from such a devotee and thus gradually become purified. In other words, any devotee who believes that the holy name of the Lord is identical with the Lord is a pure devotee, even though it may be in the neophyte stage. By his association, others may also become Vaishnavas. One is known as a materialistic devotee if he simply worships the deity of Hari with faith, but does not show proper respect to the devotees and to others. This is stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam in the 11th canto, 247. Acharyam evaharaye pujam ya shraddhaye ate natabhakteshu janeshu sabhakta prakrita smrita. Yet, even by associating with such a neophyte devotee, one can become a devotee also. When Lord Caitanya was teaching Sanatana Goswami, he said, Shadavan Janahaya Bhakti Adhikari Uttama Madhyama Kanishta Shraddha Anusari Yahara Kumala Shraddha Shekanishta Jana Krame Krame Teno Bhakta Aibe Uttama Rati Prema Taratamye Bhakta Taratama. A person who has attained firm faith is a real candidate for advancing in Krishna consciousness. According to the faith, there are first class, second class, and neophyte devotees.
Okay, Prabhu. Thank you so much.
I love you. Hare Krishna.
Person who has attained firm faith is a real candidate for advancing in Krishna consciousness. According to the faith, there are first class, second class, and neophyte devotees. One who has preliminary faith is called a Kanishta Adhikari or a neophyte. The neophyte, however, can become an advanced devotee if he strictly follows the regulative principles set down by the spiritual master. Therefore, it is on the basis of faith and attachment to Krishna that one can judge who is a Madhyama Adhikari or an Uttama Adhikari. Chaitanya Charitamrta 22, 64, 69, and 71. It is thus concluded that even a neophyte devotee is superior to the Karmis and the Gyanis because he has full faith in chanting the holy name of the Lord. A Karmi or a Gyani, regardless of his greatness, has no faith in Lord Vishnu. His holy name or his devotional service. One may be advanced religiously, but if he is not trained in devotional service, he has very little credit on the spiritual platform. Even a neophyte devotee engaged in deity worship in accordance with the regulations set forth by the spiritual master is in a position superior to that of a fruitive worker or a speculative philosopher. Text 107, translation. Simply by chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra of Krishna, Once a person is relieved from all the reactions of a sinful life, one can complete the 9 processes of devotional service simply by chanting the holy name. Purport. The 9 types of devotional service are mentioned in Srimad Bhagavatam 7:5-23. Shravanam Kirtanam Vishnu Smaranam Padasevanam Archanam Vandanam Dasyam Sakhyam Magmani Vedanam इति पुंसार्पिता विष्णु भक्तिश्चिन् नवलक्षणा क्रियेत भगवती अर्था तन्माये अदितम् उत्तमम्. The process of devotional service entails hearing, chanting, and remembering the holy name, form, pastimes, qualities, and entourage of the Lord. Offering service according to the time, place, and performer. Worshipping the deity, offering prayers, always considering oneself the eternal servant of Krishna, making friends with him, and dedicating everything unto him. These 9 items of devotional service, when directly offered to Krishna, constitute the highest attainment of life. This is the verdict of the revealed scriptures. As for being freed from all sinful reactions by chanting the holy name of Krishna only once, one must chant the holy name without committing any offenses. Then chanting one name is sufficient to rescue a living being from all sinful reactions. Such a person who chants the holy name of the Lord offenselessly is very important and worshipable. Indeed, the 9 processes of devotional service, beginning with Shravana and Kirtana, can be attained at once if one simply chants the holy name of the Lord offenselessly. In this regard, Srila Jiva Goswami states in his book Bhakti Sandarbha 173, Yadyapi Anya Bhakti Kalau Kartavyam Tada Kirtanakhya Bhakti Samyogenaiva. Out of the 9 processes of devotional service, Kirtana is very important. Srila Jiva Goswami therefore instructs that the other processes such as Archana, Vandana, Dasya, and Sakya should be executed, but they must be preceded and followed by Kirtan, the chanting of the holy name. We have therefore introduced this system in our own centers. Archana, Aarti, Bhoga offering, deity dressing, and decoration are all preceded and followed by the chanting of the holy name of the Lord. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Text 108 translation. One does not have to undergo initiation or execute the activities required before initiation. One simply has to vibrate the holy name with his lips. Thus, even a man in the lowest class, Chandala, can be delivered. Purport. Srila Jiva Goswami explains Diksha in Bhakti Sandarbha 283. Divyam Jnanam Yathodatyat Kuryat Papasya Sankshayam Tasmat Diksheti Sa Prokta Deshikais Tattva Kovidai. Diksha is the process by which one can awaken his devotional knowledge and vanquish all reactions caused by sinful activity. A person expert in the study of the revealed scripture knows this process as Diksha. The regulative principles of Diksha are explained in Hari Bhakti Vilas 2, 3 to 4 and Bhakti Sandarbha 283 as stated. द्विजनाम् अनुपेतान्यां स्वकर्म मध्ययानादिषु यथाधिकारो नास्ति स्यात् कोपनया विदनु तथात्रादिक्षितान् तानं तु मंत्र देवार्चनादिषु नाधिकारो अस्ति अस्त कुर्यात् आत्मानं शिव संस्तुतिम्. Even though born in a Brahmana family, one cannot engage in Vedic rituals without being initiated and having a sacred thread. Although born in Brahmana family, one becomes a Brahmana only after initiation and the sacred thread ceremony. Unless one is initiated as a Brahmana, one cannot worship the holy name properly. According to the Vaishnava regulative principles, one must be initiated as a Brahmana. The Hari Bhakti Vilas 2.6 quotes the following injunction from the Vishnu Yamala. Adik Adiksitasya Vamoro Kritam Sarvam Nirartakam Pasu Yunim Avapnoti Diksha Virahito Janam. Unless one is initiated by a bona fide spiritual master, all his devotional activities are useless. A person who is not properly initiated can descend again into the animal species. Haribhakti Vilas 210 further quotes Ato Gurum Pranamyaivam Sarvasvam Vinivedya Grihani yat Vaishnavam mantram Diksham Purvam Vidhanataha. It is the duty of every living being to surrender to a bona fide spiritual master, giving him everything body, mind, and intelligence. One must take Vaishnava initiation from him. The Bhakti Sandarbha 298 gives the following quotation from the Tattva Sagara. यथा काञ्चनानन्दं यति कंस्यं रसः विधानतः तथा दीक्षा विधानेन द्विजतं जायते नृणम्. By chemical manipulation, bell metal is turned into gold when touched by mercury. Similarly, when a person is properly initiated, he can acquire the qualities of a Brahmana. The Haribhakti Vilas 17, 11, 12 is discussing the Purascharya process. Quotes the following verses from the Agastya Samhita. Puja Trayi Kaligai Nityam Japastarpanam Evaja Homo Brahmana Bhuktaischa Puras Charanam Uchyate Guru Labdhasya Mantrasya Prasadena Yathavidhi Pangchangopasana Siddhyai Puraschaitat Vidhiyate. In the morning, afternoon, and evening, one should worship the deity, chant the holy name, chant the Hare Krishna mantra, offer oblations, perform a fire sacrifice, and feed the Brahmanas. These 5 activities constitute Purascharya. To attain full success, such taking initiation from the spiritual master, one must first perform these Purascharya processes. The word Pura means before, and Charya means activities. Due to the necessity of these activities, we do not immediately initiate disciples in the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. For 6 months, a candidate for initiation must first attend Aarti and classes in the Shastras, practice the regulative principles, and associate with other devotees. When one is actually advanced in the Purascharya Vidhi, he is recommended by the local temple president for initiation. It is not that anyone can suddenly initiated without meeting the requirements. When one is further advanced by chanting the Hare Krishna mantra 16 rounds daily, following the regulative principles and attending classes, he receives the sacred thread Brahmanical completion after the second 6 months. In the Hari Bhakti Vilas 17.457, it is stated, विनायेन च सिद्ध्यस्यन् मन्त्रो वस्त्रसतैरपि कृतेन येन लभ्यते साधको वञ्चितं फलम् पुरश्चरण संपन्नो मंत्रो हि फलसाधकै अतः पुरा श्रियं कुर्यात् मंत्रवित् सिद्धिसंक्षया पुरस्क्रिया हि मंत्राणां Haricharan, no, behave yourself. నీ కాలండి ఇక్కడ తెచ్చుకొని నీ కలరింగ్ డ్రాయింగ్ చేయి లేదు ఇంటికి వెళ్ళిపోదాం అంటే ఇంటికి వెళ్ళిపోదాం ఇలా కాదు చేయాల్సింది पुरस्क्रिया हि मंत्राणां प्रधानां वीर्यमुच्यते वीर्यहीनो यथा देहि सर्वकर्मसु न क्षमा पुरश्चरणहीनो हि तथा मंत्र प्रकीर्तिता. Without performing the Purascharya activities, one cannot become perfect, even by chanting this mantra for hundreds of years. But one who has undergone the Purascharya Vidhi process can attain success very easily. If one wishes to perfect his initiation, he must first undergo the Purascharya activities. The Purascharya process is the life force by which one is successful in chanting the mantra. Without the life force, one cannot do anything. Similarly, without the life force of Purascharya Vidhi, no mantra can be perfected. In this Bhakti Sandarbha 283-84, Srila Jiva Goswami describes the importance of deity worship and initiation diksha as follows. यद्यपि श्री भगवत मते संचर्य जय जय पिछड़ चूल जय जय सिंधुड़ चरण जय पड़ चूल पहले किंद पेरी दूसरा वाला यद्यपि श्री भगवतो मते पंचत्रतिवद् अर्चना मार्गस्य आवश्यकत्वं नास्ति तद्विनापि शरणापत्यदिनम् एकरेणापि पुरुषार्थ सिद्धिरपि हि तद्वत् तथापि श्री नारदादि व्रतमानुषरादिभिः श्री भगवत् सदा संबंध विशेषं दीक्षा विधानेन श्री गुरु चरण संपादितं सिकीर्षति कर्तव्यं दीक्षायाम् अर्चनम् अवश्यं क्रियतेव यद्यपि सर्वतोऽपि नास्ति तथापि स्वभावतो देहिदु संबंधेन कदर्या शीलनं विक्षिप्तं चित्तनं ज्ञानं तत् संकोची शरणाय श्रीमदृषि प्रभवद्भिर्अत्रार्चना मार्गं क्वचित् कच्छिन् मर्यादा Sthapitashtati. It is Srimad Bhagavatam's opinion that the process of deity worship is not actually necessary, just as the specific prescriptions of the Pancharatra and other scriptures do not have to be followed. This Bhagavatam enjoins that even without practicing deity worship, one can achieve the complete success of human life by any of the other devotional processes, such as simply offering oneself at the deity's feet for his protection. Nonetheless, Vaishnavas following the path of Sri Narada and his successors endeavor to establish a personal relationship with the Lord by receiving the grace of a bona fide spiritual master through initiation. And in this tradition, the devotees are obliged at the time of initiation to begin engaging in devotional worship. Although deity worship is not essential, the material conditioning of most devotees for the devotional service requires that they engage in this activity. When we consider their bodily and mental conditions, we find that the character of such candidates is impure and their minds are agitated. Therefore, to rectify these material conditioning, the great sage Narada and others have at different times recommended various kinds of regulations for deity worship. Similarly, the Ramarchana Chandrika states, Vainaiva Diksham Vipendra Puraschayam Vinaivahi Vinaivasnasya Vidhina Japa Madrena Siddhida. మాతాజీ చెప్పండి. ఓకే మాతాజీ, సరే అయితే. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ మాతాజీ. హరే కృష్ణ. O best of the Brahmanas, even without initiation, preliminary purification, or acceptance of the renounced order, one can attain perfection in devotional service simply by chanting the Lord's holy name. In other words, the chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra is so powerful that it does not depend on official initiation. But if one is initiated and engages in Pancharatra Vidhi deity worship, his Krishna consciousness will awaken very soon, and his identification with the material world will be vanquished. The more one is freed from material identification, the more one can realize that the spirit soul is qualitatively as good as the supreme soul. At such a time, when one is situated on an absolute platform, one can understand that the holy name of the Lord and the Lord Himself are identical. At that stage of realization, the holy name of the Lord, the Hare Krishna mantra, cannot be identified with any material sound. If one accepts the Hare Krishna Maha mantra as a material vibration, he falls down. One should worship and chant the holy name of the Lord by accepting as the Lord Himself. One should therefore be initiated properly, according to revealed scriptures, under the direction of a bona fide spiritual master. Although chanting the holy name is good for both the conditioned and the liberated soul, it is especially beneficial for the conditioned soul because by chanting it, one is liberated. When a person who chants the holy name is liberated, he attains the ultimate perfection by returning home back to Godhead. In the words of Sri Chaitanya Charitamrta, Adi Lila 773, Krishna mantra hoite hobe samsara mochana, Krishna nama hoite pabe snira charana. Simply by chanting the holy name of Krishna, one can obtain freedom from material existence. Indeed, simply by chanting the Hare Krishna mantra, one will be able to see the Lord's feet of the Lord, the lotus feet of the Lord. The offenseless chanting of the holy name does not depend on the initiation process. Although initiation may depend on Purnacharya or Puras Charana, the actual chanting of the holy name does not depend on Purascharya Vidhi, or the regulative principles. If one chants the holy name even once without committing an offense, he attains all success. During the chanting of the holy name, the tongue must work. Simply by chanting the holy name, one is immediately delivered. The tongue is Sevan Mukha Jibha. It is controlled by service. One whose tongue is engaged in tasting material things and also talking about them cannot use the tongue for absolute realization. Atha Shri Krishna Namadi, Na Bhavir Grahyan Indriyayo, Sevan Mukhe Jivanayo, Sevam Evas Puradata. With the material senses, one cannot With the material senses, one cannot understand the transcendental holy nature of the Lord or his form, activities, and pastimes. But when one can actually engages in devotional service, utilizing the tongue, the Lord is revealed. As it is stated in the Chaitanya Caritamrta, Madhya lila 17:134. Ata eva Krishnena nam deha vilasa प्रतृतेन्द्रिया ग्राह्या नहे होय सेवा होय स्व प्रकाश. The holy name of Krishna, his body and his pastimes cannot be understood by the blunt material senses. They are manifested independently. Text 109, translation. By chanting the holy name of the Lord, one dissolves his entanglement in material activities. After this, one becomes very much attracted to Krishna, and thus dormant love of Krishna is awakened. Text 110, translation. The holy names of Lord Krishna is an attractive feature for many saintly liberal people. It is the annihilator for all sinful reactions and is so powerful that, save for the dumb who cannot chant it, it is readily available for everyone, including the lowest type of man, the Chandala. The holy name of Krishna is the controller of the opulence of liberation, and it is identical with Krishna. When a person simply chants the holy name with his tongue, immediately effects are produced. Chanting the holy name does not depend on initiation, pious activities, or the Puracharya regulative principles generally observed before initiation. The holy name does not wait for any of these activities. It is self-sufficient. Purport. The verse is found in the Padyavali 29, an anthology of verses compiled by Srila Goswami, text 111, translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then finally advised, one who is chanting the Hare Krishna mantra is understood to be a Vaishnava. Therefore, you should offer all respects to him. Purport. In his Upadeshamrita, Srila Rupa Goswami states, Krishneti yasya giritam manasa indriyeta dikshati chet pranastivi cha bhajantam isham. An advanced devotee should respect a person who has been initiated by a bona fide spiritual master and who is situated on the transcendental platform, chanting the holy name with faith and obeisances and following the instructions of the spiritual master. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur comments that serving Vaishnavas is most important for householders. Whether a Vaishnava is properly initiated or not is not the subject for consideration. One may be initiated and yet contaminated by the Mayavad philosophy. But a person who chants the holy name of the Lord offenselessly will not be contaminated. A properly initiated. My strawberry cow. Mata Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur comments that serving Vaishnavas is most important than householders. Whereas a Vaishnava is properly initiated or not, it's not a subject for consideration. One may be initiated and yet contaminated by the Mayavad philosophy, but a person who chants the holy name of the Lord offenselessly will not be so contaminated. A properly initiated Vaishnava may be imperfect, but one who chants the holy name of the Lord offenselessly is all perfect. Although he may apparently be a neophyte, he still has to be considered a pure, unalloyed Vaishnava. It is the duty of a householder to offer respects to such an unalloyed Vaishnava. This is Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's instruction. Text 112 translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then turned his attention to three persons: Mukunda Das, Raghunandan, and Sri Narahari, inhabitants of the place called Khanda. Text 113 translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the son of Mother Sachin, next asked Mukunda Das, "You are the father, and your son is Raghunandan. Is that so?" Text 114 translation. Or is Srila Raghunandan your father and you are his son? Please let me know the facts so that all my doubts will go away. Text 115 translation. Mukunda replied, "Raghunandan is my father and I am his son. This is my decision." Text 116. All of us have attained devotion to Krishna due to Raghunandan. Therefore, in my mind, he is my father. Text 117. Translation. Hearing Mukunda Das gives this proper decision, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu confirmed it, saying, "Yes, it is correct. One who awakens devotion to Krishna is certainly a spiritual master." Text 118 translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became very happy just to speak of the glories of his devotees. Indeed, when he spoke of their glories, it was as if he had five faces. Text 119 translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then informed all his devotees, "Please hear about Buddha's love of Godhead. It is a very deep and pure love and can only be compared to purified gold." Text 120 translation. Mukunda Das externally appears to be a royal physician engaged in governmental service, but internally he has developed a deep love for Krishna. Who can understand his love? Purport. Unless Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu discloses the fact, no one can understand who is actually a great devotee of the Lord engaged in his service. It is therefore said in the Chaitanya Caritamrta, Madhya lila 2339, Tantra Vakya Kriya Mudra Vijneha na Bujhaya. Even the most perfect and learned scholar cannot understand a Vaishnava's activities. A Vaishnava may be engaged in governmental service or in professional business, so that externally one cannot understand his position. Internally, however, he may be a Nitya Siddha Vaishnava, that is, an eternally liberated Vaishnava. Externally, Mukunda Das was a royal physician, but internally, he was the most liberated Paramahamsa devotee. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu knew this very well, but ordinary men could not understand it. For the activities and plans of a Vaishnava cannot be understood by ordinary men. However, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his representatives understand everything about the devotee, even though a devotee may externally pretend to be an ordinary householder and professional businessman. Text 121 translation. One day, Mukunda Das, the royal physician, was seated with the Muslim king on a high platform and was telling the king about medical treatment. Text 122 translation. While the king and Mukunda Das were conversing, a servant brought a fan made of peacock feathers to shade the king's head from the sun. Consequently, he held the fan above the king's head. Text 123 translation. Just by seeing the peacock feathers fan, Mukunda Das being absorbed in ecstatic love of Godhead and fell from a high platform onto the ground. Text 124 translation. The king, fearing that the royal physician had been killed, personally descended and brought him to consciousness. Text 125. Translation. When the king asked Mukunda, "Where is it paining you?" Mukunda replied, "I am not very much pained." Text 26 translation. The king then inquired, "Mukunda, why did you fall down?" Purport. Mukunda replied, "My dear king, I have a disease like epilepsy." Text 127 translation. Being extraordinarily intelligent, the king then could understand the whole affair. In his estimation, Mukunda was a most uncommon, exalted, liberated personality. Text 128 129 translation. Raghunandan is constantly engaged in serving Lord Krishna in the temple. Besides the entrance of the temple, it is a lake, and on its bank is a kadamba tree, which daily delivers two fruits to be used for Krishna's service. Text 130. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu again spoke to Mukunda with sweet words. Your duty is to earn both material and spiritual wealth. Text 131. Furthermore, it is the duty of Raghunandan to always engage in Lord Krishna's service. He has no other intention but the service of Lord Krishna. Text 132. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then ordered Narhari, "I wish you to remain here with my devotees. In this way, the three of you should always execute these three duties from the service of the Lord. Purport. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu set forth three duties for three people. Mukunda was to earn money and follow the religious principles, whereas Narhari was to remain with the Lord's devotees, and Raghunandan was to engage in Lord's service in the temple. Mukunda was to earn money and follow the religious principles, whereas Narhari was to remain with the Lord's devotees, and Raghunandan was to engage in the Lord's service in the temple. Thus, one person worships in the temple, another earns money honestly by executing his professional duty, and yet another preaches Krishna consciousness with the devotees. Apparently, these three types of service appear separate, but actually they are not. When Krishna or Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is in the center, everything can engage in different activities for the service of the Lord. That is the verdict of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 133 translation. Out of his causeless mercy, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave the following directions to the brothers Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya and Vidya Vajraspati. Text 134 translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "In this age of Kali, Krishna is manifest in two forms, wood and water. Thus, by enabling the conditioned souls to see the wood and bathe in the water, he helps them become liberated." Text 135. Translation. Lord Jagannath is the supreme Lord himself in the form of wood, and river Ganges is the supreme Lord himself in the form of water. Purport. The Vedas enjoin Sarvam Kala Idam Brahma. Everything is the energy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Supreme Brahman or Parabrahman. Parasya Brahmana Shaktis Tathedam Akhilam Jagat. Everything is a manifestation of the energy of the Supreme Brahman. Since the energy and the energetic are identical, actually everything is Krishna, Parabrahma. In the Bhagavad Gita 9:4, Lord Krishna confirms this. Maya tatam idam sarva jagat avyaktam murtina mat sthani sarva bhutani na chaham stva avastitaha. Be by me in my unmanifested form. This entire universe is pervaded. All beings are created, but I am not in them. Krishna is spread throughout the whole universe in his impersonal form. Since everything is the manifestation of the Lord's energy, the Lord can manifest himself through any energy. In this age, the Lord is manifested through wood as Lord Jagannath, and he is manifest through water as river Ganges. Therefore, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ordered the two brothers, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya and Vidya Vachaspati, to worship Lord Jagannath and the river Ganges. Text 136 translation. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, you should engage in the worship of Lord Jagannath, Purushottam, and Vachaspati should worship Mother Ganges. Text 137 translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then embraced Murari Gupta and began to speak about his firm faith in devotional service. This was heard by all the devotees. Text 138. Translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, previously I induced Murari Gupta again and again to be allured by Lord Krishna. I said to him, my dear Gupta, Lord Sri Krishna, Brajendra Kumar is the supreme sweetness. Text 139 translation. Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the origin of all incarnations and the source of everything. He is pure transcendental love itself, and He is the reservoir of all pleasure. Text 140 translation. Krishna is the reservoir of all transcendental qualities. He is like a mine of gems. He is expert at everything, every intelligent and sober, and he is the summit of all transcendental humors. Text 141 translation. His character is very sweet, and his pastimes are melodious. He is expert in intelligence, and thus he enjoys all his pastimes and mellows. Text 142. Translation. I then requested Murari Gupta worship Krishna and take shelter of him, but for his service nothing appeals to his mind. Text 143 translation. In this way he heard from me again and again. By my influence his mind was a little converted. Text 144 translation. Murari Gupta then replied, I am your servant and your order carrier. I have no independent existence. Text 145 translation. After this, Murari Gupta went home and spent the whole night thinking how he would have to give up the association of Raghunath, Lord Ramachandra. Then he was overwhelmed. Text 146 translation. Murari Gupta then began to pray at the lotus feet of Lord Ramachandra. He prayed that death would come that night because it was not possible for him to give up the service of the lotus feet of Raghunath. Text 147 translation. Thus Murari Gupta cried the entire night. There was no rest for his mind. Therefore, he could not sleep but stay awake the entire night. Text 148 translation. In the morning, Murari Gupta came to see me, catching hold of my feet and crying. He submitted an appeal. Text 149 translation. Murari Gupta said, I have sold my head unto the lotus feet of Raghunath. I cannot withdraw my head from that would give me too much pain. Text 150 translation. It is not possible for me to give up the service of Raghunath's lotus feet. At the same time, if I do not do so, I shall break your order. What can I do? Text 151 translation. In this way, Murari Gupta appealed to me, saying, "You are all merciful, so kindly grant me this mercy. Let me die before you, so that all my doubts will be finished." Text 140, 152 translation. Hearing this, I've become very happy. I then praised Murari Gupta and embraced him. Text 153 translation. I said to him, "All glories to you, Murari Gupta. Your method of worship is very firmly fixed, so much so that even upon my request, your mind did not turn." Text 154 translation. The servitor must have love and affection with the lotus feet of the Lord exactly like this. Even if the Lord wants separation, a devotee cannot abandon the lotus feet of his the shelter of his lotus feet. Purport. The word Prabhu or Master indicates that the Lord is to be continually served by his devotee. The original Prabhu is Lord Sri Krishna. Nonetheless, there are many devotees attached to Lord Ramachandra, and Rari Gupta is a vivid example of such unalloyed devotion. He never agreed to give up Lord Ramachandra's worship, not even upon Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's request. Such is the chastity of devotional service associated with Ante Lila of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. No, sorry, Sri Chaitanya Charitamrta 446-47. See Bhakta Dhanya Ye na chare Prabhura Charan. Sei Prabhu Dhanya Ei na chare Nija Jana. Durdeva Sevaka Yadi Yai Anya Sthani Sei Thakur Dhanya Tara Chule Dharyani. In the firm relationship with the Lord, the devotee does not give up the Lord's service under any circumstance. As far as the Lord Himself is concerned, if the devotee chooses to leave, the Lord brings him back again, dragging him by the hair. Text 155 translation. Just to test your firm faith in the Lord, I requested you again and again to change your worship from Lord Ramachandra to Krishna. Text 156 translation. In this way, I congratulated Murari Gupta, saying, "Indeed, you are the incarnation of Hanuman. Consequently, you are the eternal servant of Lord Ramachandra. Why should you give up the worship of Lord Ramachandra and his lotus feet?" Text 157 translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued, "I accept this Murari Gupta as my life and soul. When I hear of his humility, it perturbs me, my very life." Text 158 translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then addressed Vasudev Datta and began to speak of his glories as if he had 1,000 mouths. Text 159 translation. When Chaitanya Mahaprabhu glorified him, Vasudev Datta immediately became very much embarrassed and shy. He then submitted himself, touching the Lord's lotus feet. Text 160 translation. Vasudev Datta told Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, "My dear Lord, you incarnate just to deliver all conditioned souls. I now have one petition which I wish you would accept." Text 161 translation. My Lord, you are certainly able to do whatever you like, and you are indeed merciful. If you so desire, you can very easily do whatever you want. Text 162 translation. My Lord, my heart breaks to see the sufferings of all the conditioned souls. Therefore, I request you to transfer the karma of these sinful lives upon my head. Text 163 translation. My dear Lord, let me suffer perpetually in the hellish condition, accepting all the sinful reactions of all living entities. Please finish their deceased material life. Purport. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur gives the following commentary on this verse. In the Western countries, Christians believe that Lord Jesus Christ, their spiritual master, appeared in order to eradicate all the sins of his disciples. To this end, Lord Jesus Christ appeared and disappeared. Here, however, we find Sri Vasudev Datta Thakur and Srila Haridas Thakur to be many millions of times more advanced than even Lord Jesus Christ. Lord Jesus revealed only his followers from all sinful reactions. But Vasudev Datta is here prepared to accept the sins of everyone in the universe. So the comparative position of Vasudev Datta is millions of times better than the Lord Jesus Christ. A Vaishnava is so liberal that he is prepared to risk everything to rescue the conditioned souls from material existence. Srila Vasudev Datta Thakur is the universal love itself. So he is willing to sacrifice everything and fully engaged in the service of the Supreme Lord. Srila Vasudev Datta knew very well that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was the original personality of Godhead, transcendence itself, above the material conception of illusion and Maya. Lord Jesus Christ certainly finished the sinful reactions of his followers by his mercy, but that does not mean he completely delivered them from the pangs of material existence. A person may be relieved from sins once, but it is a practice among Christians to confess sins and yet commit them again. But getting freed from the sins and again engaging in them, one cannot attain freedom from the pangs of material existence. A deceased person may go to a physician for relief, but after he leaves the hospital, he may be infected due to his unclean habits. This material existence continues. Srila Vasudev Datta wanted to completely release the conditioned souls from material existence so they would be no longer have an opportunity to commit sinful acts. This is the significant difference between Srila Vasudev Datta and Lord Jesus Christ. It is a great offense to receive pardon for sins and then commit the same sins again. Such an offense is more dangerous than the sinful activity itself. Vasudev Datta was so liberal that he requested Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to transfer all offensive activities upon him so that the conditioned souls would be purified and go back home back to God. And these prayers were certainly without duplicity. Vasudev Datta's example is unique not only within the world, but within the universe. It is beyond the conception of fruitive actors or the speculation of mundane philosophers. Due to being illusioned by the external energy and due to a poor fund of knowledge, people tend to envy one another. Because of this, they are entangled in fruitive activity and they try to escape this fruitive activity by mental speculation. Consequently, neither karmis nor jnanis are purified. But in the words of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, there are kukarmis and kujnanis, bad fruitive actors and bad speculators. The Mayavadis and the Karmis should therefore turn their attention to the magnanimous Vasudev Datta, who wanted to offer, who wanted to suffer for others in a hellish condition. No one should consider Vasudev Datta a mundane philanthropist or welfare worker, nor was he interested in merging into a Brahman effulgence or in gaining material honor or reputation. He was far, far above philanthropists, philosophers, and politicians. He was the most exalted personality to show mercy to the conditioned souls. This is not an exaggeration of his transcendental qualities. It is perfectly true. Actually, there cannot be another comparison to Vasudev Datta. As the perfect Vaishnav, he was Paradukhi, very much aggrieved to see others suffer. The entire world is purified simply by the appearance of such a devotee. Indeed, by his spiritual presence, the whole world is glorified and all conditioned souls are also glorified. As Narottam Das Thakur confirms, Vasudev Datta is the ideal devotee of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Gaurangera Sangi Gane Nitya Siddha Gaurimani Say Rajendra Sutapas. One who executes Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission must be considered eternally liberated. He is a transcendental person and does not belong to this material world. Such a devotee engaging in the deliverance of the total population is as magnanimous as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself. I will see, okay?
Yeah.
Namo Mahavadalyaya Krishna Prema Pravate Krishna Krishna Chaitanya. How many God we say Namo? Such an personality actually represents Sri Krishna Chaitanya. I'll check out. Sorry.
Here.
Such a personality factually represents Sri Krishna Mahaprabhu, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Because his heart is always filled with compassion for all conditioned souls. Text 164 translation. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard Vasudev Datta's statement, his heart became very soft. Tears flowed down from his eyes and he began to tremble. In a flattering voice, he spoke as follows. Text 165 translation. Accepting Vasudev Datta as a great devotee. Hari Hari, Hari Charan, Hari Charan, Hari Charan. Text 166 translation. Whatever a pure devotee. Whatever a pure devotee wants from his master, Lord Krishna doubtlessly grants because he has no duty other than to fulfill the desire of his devotee. Text 167.
How are you going? Okay.
Chaitanya Charitamrta, Madhya lila, text 168. Krishna is not incapable, for he has all potencies. Why did he induce you to suffer the sinful reactions of other living entities? 159. Whosoever welfare you desire immediately becomes a Vaishnava, and Krishna delivers all Vaishnavas from the reactions of their past sinful activities. Purport. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu here informed Vasudev Datta that since Krishna is all powerful, he can immediately deliver all conditioned souls from material existence. In essence, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, you desire the liberation of all kinds of living entities without discrimination. You are very anxious for their good fortune. And I say that simply by your prayers, all living entities within the universe can be delivered. You do not even have to take up the burden of their sinful activities. Thus, there is no need for you to suffer for their sinful lives. Whoever receives your compassion becomes a Vaishnava immediately, and Krishna delivers all Vaishnavas from the reactions of their past sinful activities. Krishna also promises this in the Bhagavad Gita, 1866. Sarva dharman parityajya mam ekam sharanam raja aham tvam sarva papebhyo mokshayishyami ma suchaha. Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. As soon as one fully surrenders to Krishna, he becomes a Vaishnava. In this verse from the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna promises to relieve his devotees from all the reactions to sinful life. It is a fact that a fully surrendered Vaishnava is completely out of the range of material infection. That is to say, that he does not suffer the results of his previous pious or impious actions. Unless one is freed from sinful life, he cannot become a Vaishnava. In other words, if one is a Vaishnava, his sinful life is certainly ended. According to the Padma Purana, aprarabdha phalam papam kutam bijam phalonmukham kramenaiva praliyate Vishnu bhakti rathatmanam. There are different stages of dormant reactions to sinful activities to be observed in a sinful life. Sinful reactions may be just waiting to take effect. Phalonmukham. Reactions may be still further dormant. Kuta. Or the reactions may be seed-like. Bija. In any case, all types of sinful reactions are vanquished one after another if a person engages in the devotional service of Lord Vishnu. Text 170. Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto the original personality of Godhead Govinda, who regulates the sufferings and enjoyments due to fruitive activity. He does this for everyone, from the heavenly king Indra down to the smallest insect, Indragopa. That very personality of Godhead destroys the karmic reactions of one engaged in devotional service. Purport. This is a quotation from the Brahma Samhita 5.54. 171. Because of your honest desire, all living entities within the universe will be delivered. But Krishna does not have to do anything to deliver all the living entities of the universe. 172. Just as there are millions of fruits on the Udambara tree, billions of universes float on the water of the river Viraja. Purport. Viraja is a river that divides the material world from the spiritual world. On one side of the Viraja river is the effulgence of Brahmaloka and innumerable Vaikuntha planets, and on the other side is this material world. It is to be understood that this side of the Viraja river is filled with material planets floating in the causal ocean. The name Viraja indicates a marginal position between the spiritual and material worlds. But the Viraja river is not under the control of the material energy. Consequently, it is devoid of the three gunas. 173. The Udambara tree is filled with millions of fruits, and if one falls down and is destroyed, the tree does not even consider the loss. 174. In the same way, if one universe is vacated due to living entities having been liberated, That is a very little thing for Krishna. He does not take it very seriously. 175. The entire spiritual world constitutes the unlimited opulences of Krishna, and there are innumerable Vaikuntha planets there. The causal ocean is considered the surrounding waters of Vaikuntha Loka. Maya and her unlimited material universes are situated in that causal ocean. Indeed, Maya appears to be floating like a pot filled with mustard seeds. Of the billions of mustard seeds floating in that pot, if one seed is lost, the loss is not at all significant. Similarly, if one universe is lost, it is not significant to Lord Krishna. To say nothing of one universal mustard seed, even if all the universes and the material energy Maya are destroyed, Krishna doesn't even consider the loss. If a person possessing millions of wish fulfilling cows loses one she goat, he does not consider the loss. Krishna owns all six opulences in full. If the entire material energy is destroyed, what does he lose? Purport. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, in clarifying verses 171 to 179, states that the meaning of these stanzas is very simple, but that the purport is a little difficult to understand. Generally, the conditioned souls forget Krishna when they are enticed by the material, external energy. Consequently, they are called Krishna Bahimukha, bereft of the relationship with Krishna. When such a living entity comes under the jurisdiction of the material energy, he is sent into one of the innumerable material universes created by the material energy to give a chance to conditioned souls to fulfill their desires in the material world. Being very eager to enjoy the fruits of their activities, conditioned souls become involved in the actions and reactions of material life. Consequently, they enjoy and suffer the results of karma. However, if a conditioned soul becomes Krishna conscious, the karma of his previous impious activities is completely destroyed. Simply by becoming a devotee, one is freed from all reactions of karma. Similarly, simply by the desire of a devotee, a conditioned soul can attain liberation and transcend the results of karma. Since everyone can be liberated in this way, one may conclude that it is according to the sweet will of the devotee whether the material world exists or does not exist. Ultimately, however, it is not the sweet will of the devotee, but the will of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who, if he so desires, can completely annihilate the material creation. There is no loss on his part. The owner of millions of cows does not consider the loss of one she goat. Similarly, Lord Krishna is the proprietor of both material and spiritual universes. The material world constitutes only 1/4 of his creative energy. If, according to the desire of the devotee, the Lord completely destroys the creation, he is so opulent that he will not mind the loss. 180. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued, O my Lord, O unconquerable one, O Master of all potencies, please exhibit your internal potency to conquer the nescience of all moving and inert living entities. Due to nescience, they accept all kinds of faulty things, thus provoking a fearful situation. O Lord, please show your glories. You can do this very easily, for your internal potency is beyond the external potency, and you are the reservoir of all opulences. You're also the demonstrator of the material potency. You are also always engaged in your pastimes in the spiritual world, where you exhibit your reserved internal potency, and sometimes you exhibit the external potency by glancing over it. Thus, you manifest your pastimes. The Vedas confirm your two potencies and accept both types of pastimes due to them. Purport. This verse is taken from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.87.14. It is from the prayers of the Shruti Gana, the personified Vedas who glorify the Lord. The Almighty Personality of Godhead has three potencies: internal, external, and marginal. The conditioned souls who are condemned due to their forgetfulness of the Lord are put under the control of the external potency when she creates the material world. The three modes of material nature keep the living entity in a constant state of fear. Bhayam Dvitiya Abhivineshi Sattam. The conditioned soul is always fearful due to being controlled by the external potency. Therefore, the conditioned soul should always pray to the Almighty Lord to conquer the external potency Maya so that she will no longer manifest her powers, which bind all living entities moving and inert. By praying in this way, one will become eligible to remain constantly in the association of the Lord, thus fulfilling the mission of going back home, back to Godhead. 181. In this way, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu described the good qualities of his devotees one after the other. He then embraced them and bade them farewell. Due to the impending separation from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, all the devotees began to cry. The Lord was also morose due to separation from the devotees. Gadadhar Pandit remained with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and he was given a place to live at Yameshwara. Purport: Yameshwara is on the southwest side of the Jagannath temple. Gadadhar Pandit resided there, and there was a small garden and a sandy beach known as Yameshwara Tota. 184, 185. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu remained at Jagannath Puri, Nilachal, with Paramananda Puri, Jagadananda, Swarup Damodar, Damodar Pandit, Govinda, and Kashishwaram. It was Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's daily practice to see Lord Jagannath in the morning. One day, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya came before Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with folded hands and submitted a request. Since all the Vaishnavas had returned to Bengal, there was a good chance that the Lord would accept an invitation. Sarvabhauma said, "Please accept my invitation for lunch for 1 month." The Lord replied, "This is not possible. It is because it is against the religious principles of a sannyasi." Sarvabhauma then said, "Please accept the invitation for 20 days." But Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, "It is not a religious principle of the religious renounced order." When Sarvabhauma requested Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to accept lunch for 15 days, the Lord said, "I shall accept lunch at your place for 1 day only." Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then caught hold of the Lord's lotus feet and submissively begged, "Please accept lunch for at least 10 days. In this way, by and by, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu reduced the duration to 5 days. Thus, for 5 days, he regularly accepted the Bhattacharya's invitation to lunch. After this, Sarvabhauma said, "My dear Lord, there are 10 sannyasis with you." Purport: a sannyasi should not cook food for himself or accept an invitation to eat at a devotee's house continuously for many days. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was very kind and affectionate towards his devotees, yet he would not accept a long invitation at Sarvabhauma's house. Out of affection, he accepted only 5 days in a month. The 10 sannyasis living with the Lord were Paramananda Puri, Swarup Damodar, Brahmananda Puri, Brahmananda Bharati, Vishnu Puri, Keshava Puri, Krishnananda Puri, Narsimha Tirtha, Sanakananda Puri, and Satyananda Bharati. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then submitted that Paramananda Puri Goswami would accept a 5-day invitation at his place. This had already been settled before the Lord. Text 195. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, "Damodar Swarup is my intimate friend. He will come sometimes with you and sometimes alone." The 8 sannyasis will accept invitation for 2 days each. In this way, there will be engagement for each and every day of during the entire month. Purport: During the entire month, consisting of 30 days, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would visit Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya for 5 days. Paramananda Puri would visit for 5 days. Swarup Damodar for 4 days, and the 8 other sannyasis for 2 days each. In this way, 30 days of the month would be filled. 197. If all the sannyasis came together, it would not be possible for me to pay them proper respects. Therefore, I would be an offender. Sometimes you will come alone to my place, and sometimes you will be accompanied by Swarup Damodar. Having this arrangement affirmed by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Bhattacharya became very glad and immediately invited the Lord to his house on that very day. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya's wife was known as Satiramata, the mother Sati. She was a great devotee of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and was affectionate like a mother. After returning to his home, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya gave orders to his wife, and his wife Satiramata began cooking with great pleasure. At Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya's house, there was always a full stock of food. Whatever spinach, vegetables, fruit, and so on were required, he collected and brought back home. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya personally began to help Satiramata cook. She was very experienced and she knew how to cook nicely. On the southern side of the kitchen were 2 rooms for offering food, and in one of them, the food was offered to Shalagram Narayan. Purport. Among the followers of the Vedic way, the Shalagram Shila, the Vigraha of Narayan, is worshipped in the form of a stone ball. In India, every Brahmana still worships the Shalagram Shila in his home. The Vaishyas and Kshatriyas may also engage in this worship, but it is compulsory in the house of a Brahmin. 205. The other room was for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's lunch. The Lord's lunch room was very secluded and it was newly constructed by the Bhattacharya. The room was so constructed that there was only one door opening on the outside, which served as an entrance for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The other door attached to the kitchen, and it was through this door that food was brought. 207. First 3 manas of cooked food, almost 6 pounds, were poured onto a big banana leaf. Purport. This is the beginning of the description of the food prepared for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This description is given by Kaviraj Goswami, who it is assumed was an expert cook who knew both how to prepare and how to serve food. 208. Then the whole stack of rice was mixed with so much yellowish and fragrant clarified butter that it began to overflow the leaf. There were a number of pots made of barks of banana trees and the leaves of the kaya plant. These pots were filled with various cooked vegetables and placed on all sides of the leaf. 210. There were about 10 kinds of spinach, a soup called shukto, and that which was made with bitter nimba leaves, a pungent preparation made with black pepper, a mild cake made of fried curd, and buttermilk made with small fried pieces of dal. There were preparations of dugdha tambi, dugdha kusumanda, vesarak, lapro, mocha ghanto, mocha bhaji, and other vegetables. There were unlimited quantities of Vriddha Kusumanda badi, Phala badi, fruits, and various roots. 213. Other preparations included eggplant mixed with newly grown nimba leaves fried together, light badi, fried potol, and fried rounds of squash and pumpkin. There was a soup made with fried urad dal and moong dal, defeating nectar. There were also sweet chutney and 5 or 6 kinds of sour preparations, beginning with badamla. There were badas made of moong dal, of urad dal, and of sweet banana. And there were sweet rice cakes, coconut cakes, and various other cakes. There was kanji bada, dugdha chida, dugdha lakhi, and various cakes, and I'm unable to describe. Sweet rice mixed with ghee was poured into an earthen pot and mixed with champala, condensed milk, and mango. Other preparations included a very delicious churned curd and a variety of Sandesh sweetmeats. Indeed, all various eatables available in Bengal and Orissa were prepared. Thus, the Bhattacharya prepared a great variety of food and spread a fine cloth over a wide wooden platform. On two sides of the stack of food were pitchers filled with scented cold waters. The flowers of tulsi tree were placed atop the mound of rice. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya also included several types of foods that were offered to Lord Jagannath. These included sweet balls known as Amrita Gutka, sweet rice, and cakes. All these were kept separate for pot. Although the remnants of food left by Jagannath were brought into the Bhattacharya's house, they were kept separate from the preparations he had made at his home. It sometimes happens that prasadam is mixed with a larger quantity of food and then distributed. But in this case, we find that Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya kept the Jagannath prasadam separate. He kept it aside particularly for the satisfaction of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 222. When everything was ready, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came there alone after finishing his midday duties. He knew the heart of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. After Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya washed the Lord's feet, the Lord entered the room to take his lunch. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was a little astonished to see the gorgeous arrangements and gesturing. He spoke to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. This is most uncommon. How was this arrangement of rice and vegetables finished within 6 hours? Even 100 men cooking on 100 stoves could not possibly finish all the preparations within so short a time. I hope that the food has already been offered to Krishna, since I see there are tulsi flowers on it. You're most fortunate and your endeavor is successful, for you have offered such wonderful food to Radha Krishna. The color of the rice is so attractive and its aroma is so good that it appears Radha and Krishna have directly taken it. My dear Bhattacharya, your fortune is very great. How shall I praise you? I also am very fortunate to be able to take the remnants of this food. Take away Krishna's sitting place and put it aside. Then give me prasadam on a different plate. 232. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya replied, It is not so wonderful, my lord. Everything has been made possible by the energy and mercy of him who will eat the food. My wife and I did not specially exert ourselves in the cooking. He by whose power the food has been prepared knows everything. Now, please sit in this place and take your lunch. Purport. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, this place is worshipable because it was used by Krishna. According to etiquette, things used by Krishna should not be used by anyone else. Similarly, things used by the spiritual master should not be used by anyone else. This is etiquette. Whatever is used by Krishna or the spiritual master is worshipable. In particular, their sitting and eating places should not be used by anyone else. A devotee must be very careful to observe this. 235. The Bhattacharya said, Both the food and the sitting place are the Lord's mercy. If you can eat the remnants of the food, what is the offense in your sitting in this place? 236. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then said, Yes, you have spoken correctly. The Shastras enjoin that the devotee can partake of everything left by Krishna. 237. My dear Lord, the garland, scented substances, garments, ornaments, and other such things have been offered to you may later be used by your servants. By partaking of these things and eating the remnants of food you have left, we will be able to conquer the illusory energy. Purport. This is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 11.6.46. In the Hare Krishna movement, the chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, the dancing in ecstasy, and the eating of the remnants of food offered to the Lord are very, very important. One may be illiterate or incapable of understanding the philosophy, but if he partakes of these three items, he will certainly be liberated without delay. The verse spoken to Uddhav by Uddhav to Lord Krishna. This was during the time when Uddhav Gita was spoken. At this time, there was some disturbance in Dwarka, and Lord Krishna decided to leave the material world and enter the spiritual world. Uddhav could understand the situation and he talked to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The verse quoted above is an excerpt from that conversation. Shri Krishna's pastimes in this material world are called Prakata lila, manifest pastimes. And his pastimes in the spiritual world are called Aprakata lila, unmanifested pastimes. By unmanifested, we mean that they are not present before our eyes. It is not that Lord Krishna's pastimes are non existent. They are going on exactly as the sun is shining perpetually. But when the sun is present before our eyes, we call it daytime, manifest. And when it is not present, we call it night, unmanifest. Those who are above the jurisdiction of night are always in the spiritual world, where the Lord's pastimes are constantly manifest to them. As Brahma Samhita 5.37 and 38 confirms, I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who resides in his own realm. Shri Shri Kishore Kishori ki jai, Shri Jagannath Baldev Subhadra Maharani ki jai, Shri Shri Gaurnitai ki jai. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who resides in his own realm, Goloka, with Radha, who resembles his own spiritual figures, and who embodies the ecstatic potency, Ladini. Their companions are her confidants, who embody the extensions of her bodily form, and who are imbued and permeated with ever blissful spiritual rasa. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who is Shamasundar, Krishna himself, with inconceivable, innumerable attributes, whom the pure devotees see in their heart of hearts as the eye of devotion tinged with the salve of love.
Text 238. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then said, "There is so much food here that it is impossible to eat it all." Purport. The Bhattacharya replied, "I know how much you can eat." Text 239. After all, at Jagannath Puri, you eat 52 times a day, and each time you eat hundreds of buckets filled with prasadam. At Dwarka, you keep 16,000 queens in 16,000 places. Also, there are 18 mothers and numerous friends and relatives of the Yadu dynasty. Text 241. In Vrndavana, you also have your father's elder brothers, your father's younger brothers, maternal uncles, husbands of your father's sisters, and many cowherd men. There are also cowherd boyfriends, and you eat twice a day, morning and evening, in the house of each and every one. Text 242. Indeed, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya continued, at the Govardhan Puja ceremony, you ate stacks of rice. In comparison to that, this small quantity is not even a morsel for you. Text 243. You are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whereas I am a most insignificant living being. Therefore, please accept a little quantity of food from my house. Text 244. Hearing this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu smiled and sat down to eat. The Bhattacharya, with great pleasure, first offered him the prasadam from the Jagannath temple. Text 245. At this time, the Bhattacharya had a son-in-law named Amoga, who was the husband of his daughter Sati. Although born in an acrostical Brahman family, Amoga was a great fault-finder and blasphemer. Text 246. Amoga wanted to see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu eat, but he was not allowed to enter. Indeed, the Bhattacharya guarded the threshold of his house with a stick in his hand. Text 247. However, as soon as the Bhattacharya began distributing prasadam and was a little inattentive, Amoga came in. Seeing the quantity of food, he began to blaspheme. Text 248. This much food is sufficient to satisfy 10 or 12 men, but this sannyasi alone is eaten so much. Text 249. As soon as Amoga said this, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya turned his eyes upon him. Seeing the Bhattacharya's attitude, Amoga immediately left. Text 250. The Bhattacharya ran after him to strike him with a stick, but Amoga fled so fast that the Bhattacharya could not catch him. Text 251. The Bhattacharya then began to curse his son-in-law and call him ill names. When the Bhattacharya returned, he saw that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was laughing to hear him criticize Amoga. Text 252. When Sati's mother, the Bhattacharya wife, heard of this incident, she immediately began to strike her head and chest, saying again and again, "Let Sati become a widow." Text 253. Seeing the lamentation of both husband and wife, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu tried to pacify them. According to their desire, he ate the prasadam and was very satisfied. Text 254. After Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu finished eating, the Bhattacharya poured water for the Lord to wash his mouth, hands and legs, and offer him flavored spices, tulsi manjaris, cloves, and cardamom. Text 255. The Bhattacharya then placed a flower garland over Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and smeared his body with sandalwood pulp. After offering obeisances, the Bhattacharya submitted the following humble statement. Text 256. I brought you to my home just to have you blaspheme. This is a great offense. Please excuse me. I beg your pardon. Text 257. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "What Amoga has said is correct. Therefore, it is not blasphemy. What is your offense?" Text 258. After saying this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu left and returned to his residence. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya followed him. Text 259. Falling down at the Lord's feet, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said many things in self-reproach. The Lord then pacified him and sent him back to his home. Text 260. After returning to his home, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya consulted with his wife, the mother of Sati. After personally condemning himself, he began to speak as follows. Text 261. If the man who blasphemed Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is killed, his sinful action may be atoned. Text 262. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya continued, or if I give up my own life, this sinful action may be atoned. However, neither of these ideas is befitting because both bodies belong to Brahmanas. Text 263. Instead, I shall never see the face of that blasphemer. I reject him and give up my relationship with him. I shall never even speak his name. Text 264. Inform my daughter Sati to abandon her relationship with her husband because he has fallen down. When the husband falls down, it is the wife's duty to relinquish the relationship. Text 265. When a husband is fallen, one's relationship with him must be given up. Text 266. That night, Amoga, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya's son-in-law, fled, and in the morning he immediately fell sick with cholera. Text 267. When the Bhattacharya heard that Amoga was dying of cholera, he thought, it is a favor of providence that he is doing what I want to do. Text 268. And when one offends the Supreme Personality of Godhead, karma immediately takes effect. After saying this, he recited 2 verses from the revealed scripture. Text 269. What we have to arrange with great endeavor by collecting elephants, horses, chariots, and infantry soldiers has already been accomplished by the Gandharvas. Text 270. When a person mistreats great souls, his lifespan, opulence, reputation, religion, possessions, and good fortune are all destroyed. Text 271. At this time, Gopinath Acharya went to see Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and the Lord asked him about the events taking place in Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya's house. Text 272. Gopinath Acharya informed the Lord that both the husband and wife were fasting, and that their son-in-law Amoga was dying of cholera. Text 273. As soon as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard that Amoga was going to die, he immediately ran to him in great haste. Placing his hand on Amoga's chest, he spoke as follows. Text 274. The heart of a Brahmana is by nature very clean. Therefore, it is a proper place for Krishna to sit. Text 275. Why have you allowed the candle of jealousy to sit here? In this way, you have contaminated a most purified place, your heart. Text 276. However, due to the association of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, all your contamination is now vanquished. When a person's heart is cleansed of all contamination, he is able to chant the Maha Mantra, Hare Krishna. Text 277. Therefore, Amoga, get up and chant the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. If you do so, Krishna will unfailingly bestow mercy upon you. Text 278. After hearing Chaitanya Mahaprabhu being touched by him, Amoga was on his deathbed, immediately stood up and began to chant the holy name of Krishna. Thus he became mad with ecstatic love and began to dance emotionally. Text 279. While Amoga danced in ecstatic love, he manifested all the ecstatic symptoms: trembling, tears, jubilation, trance, perspiration, and a flattering voice. Seeing these waves of ecstatic emotion, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu began to laugh. Text 280. Amoga then fell before the Lord's lotus feet and submissively said, "O merciful Lord, please excuse my offense." Text 281. Not only did Amoga beg the Lord's pardon, but he also began slapping his own cheek, saying, "By this mouth I have blasphemed you." Text 282. Indeed, Amoga continued slapping his face over and over until his cheeks were swollen. Finally, Gopinathacharya stopped him by catching hold of his hands. Text 283. After this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu pacified Amoga by touching his body, saying, "You are the object of my affection because you are the son-in-law of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya." Text 284. Everyone in Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya's house is very dear to me, including his maids and servants and even his dog. What to speak of his relatives? Text 285. Amoga, always chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra and do not commit any further offenses. After giving Amoga this instruction, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to Sarvabhauma's house. Text 286. Upon seeing the Lord, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya immediately caught hold of his lotus feet. The Lord embraced him and then sat down. Text 287. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu pacified Sarvabhauma, saying, "After all, Amoga, your son-in-law is a child. So what is his fault? Why are you fasting? And why are you angry?" Text 288. Just get up and take your bath and go see the face of Lord Jagannath. Then return here to eat your lunch. In this way, I shall be happy. Text 289. I shall stay here until we return to take Lord Jagannath's remnant for your lunch. Text 290. Catching hold of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu lotus feet, the Bhattacharya said, "Why did you bring Amoga back to life? It would have been better he had died. It would have been better had he died." Text 291. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "Amoga is a child and your son. The father does not take the faults of his son seriously, especially when he's maintaining him." Text 292. Now that he's become a Vaishnava, he is offenseless. You can bestow your mercy upon him without hesitation. Text 293. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, "Please go, my lord, to see Lord Jagannath. After taking my bath, I shall go there and then return." Text 294. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then told Gopinath, "Stay here and inform me when Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya has taken his prasadam." Text 295. After saying this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to see Lord Jagannath. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya completed his bath, went to see Lord Jagannath, and then returned to his house to accept food. Text 296. Thereafter, Amoga became an unalloyed devotee of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He danced in ecstasy and peacefully chanted the holy name of Lord Krishna. Text 297. In this way, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu performed his various pastimes. Whoever sees them or hears them recounted becomes truly astonished. Text 298. Thus, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu enjoyed eating in Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya's house. Within that one pastime, many wonderful pastimes were manifested. These are the peculiar characteristics of Sri Chaitanya's Mahaprabhu pastimes. Thus, the Lord ate in Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya's house, and in this way, Sarvabhauma's love for the Lord has become very well known. Text 300. Thus I have related ecstatic love of Sarvabhauma's wife, who is known as the mother of Sati. I have also related Sri Chaitanya's Mahaprabhu great mercy, which he manifested by excusing Amoga's offenses. He did so due to Amoga's relationship with the devotee. Text 301. Whoever hears these pastimes of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with faith and love will attain the shelter of the Lord's lotus feet very soon. Text 302. Praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunatha, always desiring their mercy, I, Krishnadasa, narrated Sri Chaitanya Caritamrta. following in their footsteps. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport to Sri Caitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Lila, chapter 15, describing the Lord's eating at the house of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Chapter 16, the Lord's attempt to go to Vrndavana. Text 1. By the nectar of his personal glance, the cloud known as Sri Chaitanya's Mahaprabhu poured water upon the garden of Gauda Desha and revived the people, who were like creepers and plants born in the forest of material existence. All glories to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, all glories to Lord Nityananda, all glories to Advaita Chandra, and all glories to all the devotees of the Lord. Text 3. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu decided to go to Vrindavan, and Maharaj Parudra became very morose upon hearing this news. Text 4. The king therefore called for Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya and Ramananda Rai, and he spoke the following submissive words to them. Text 5. Prataparudra Maharaj said, "Please endeavor to keep Chaitanya Mahaprabhu here at Jagannath Puri. For now, he's thinking of going elsewhere." Text 6. Without Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, this kingdom is not pleasing to me. Therefore, please try to devise some plan to enable the Lord to stay here. Text 7. After this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself consulted Ramananda Raya and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, saying, "I shall go to Vrindavana." Text 8. Ramananda Rai and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya requested the Lord to first observe the Ratha-yātrā festival. And when the month of Kartika arrived, he could go to Vrindavan. Text 9. However, when the month of Kartika came, they both told the Lord, "Now it is very cold. It is better that you wait to see the Dola-yātrā festival and then go. That would be very nice." Text 10. In this way, they both presented many impediments indirectly by not granting the Lord's permission to go to Vrindavan. They did this because they were afraid of separation from him. Text 11. Although the Lord is completely independent and no one can check him, he still did not go without the permission of his devotees. Text 12. Then, for the third year, all the devotees of Bengal wanted to return again to Jagannath Puri. Text 13. All the Bengali devotees gathered around Advaita Acharya, and in great jubilation, the Acharya departed for Jagannath Puri to see Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 14 to 15. Although the Lord told Nityananda Prabhu to stay in Bengal and spread ecstatic love of God, Nityananda left to go see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Who can understand Nityananda Prabhu's ecstatic love? Text 16 to 17. All the devotees of Navadipa departed, including Acharya Ratna, Vidyanidhi, Srivasa, Ramai, Vasudeva, Murari, Govinda, and his two brothers, and Raghava Pandita, who took bags of assorted foods. The inhabitants of Kulina Grama, carrying silken robes, also departed. Text 18. Narahari and Sri Raghunandana, who were from the village of Kanda, and many other devotees also departed. Who can count them? Text 19. Sivananda Sena, who was in charge of the party, made arrangements to clear the tax collecting centers. He took care of all the devotees that happily traveled with them. Text 20. Sivananda Sena took care of all the necessities and devotees required. In particular, he made arrangements for residential quarters, and he knew roads of Orissa. Text 21. That year, all the devotees' wives, also called Thakuranis, also went to see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Sita Devi, the mother of Achyutanandana, went with Advaita Acharya. Text 22. Srivasa Pandita also took his wife Malini and the wife of Sivananda Sena also went with her husband. Text 23. Chaitanya Dasa, the son of Sivananda Sena, also jubilantly accompanied them as they went to see the Lord. The wife of Chandrasekhara, Acharya Ratna, also went. I cannot describe the greatness of Chandrasekhar's love for the Lord. Text 25. To offer Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu various types of food, all the wives of the great devotees brought from home various dishes that pleased Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 26. As stated, Sivananda Sena made all arrangements for the party's necessities. In particular, he pacified the men in charge of 11 taxes and found resting places for everyone. Text 27. Sivananda Sena also supplied food to all the devotees and took care of them along the way. In this way, feeling great happiness, he went to see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu at Jagannath Puri. Text 28. When they all arrived at Ramona, they went to see Lord Gopinath. In the temple there, Advaitacharya danced and chanted. Text 29. All the priests of the temple had been previously acquainted with Sri Nityananda Prabhu. Therefore, they all came to offer great respects to the Lord. Text 30. That night, all the great devotees remained in the temple, and the priest brought 12 pots of condensed milk, which he placed before Lord Nityananda Prabhu. Text 31. When the condensed milk was placed before Nityananda Prabhu, he distributed the prasadam to everyone, and thus everyone's transcendental bliss increased. Text 32. They all discussed the story of Sri Madhya Puri's installation of the Gopala deity, and they discussed how Gopala begged sandalwood from him. Text 33. It was Gopinath who stole the condensed milk for the sake of Madhya Puri. This incident had been previously related by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself. Text 34. This same narration was again related by Lord Nityananda to all the devotees, and their transcendental bliss increased as they heard the story again. Text 35. Walking in this way, the devotees arrived at the city of Kataka, where they remained for a day and saw the temple of Saski Gopala. Text 36. When Nityananda Prabhu described all the activities of Saski Gopala, transcendental bliss increased in the minds of all the Vaishnava. Text 37. Everyone in the party was very anxious at heart to see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Therefore, they hastily went on to Jagannath Puri. Text 38. When they all arrived at the bridge called Ataranala, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, hearing the news of their arrival, sent 2 garlands with Govinda. Text 39. Govinda offered the 2 garlands to Advaitacharya and Nityananda Prabhu, and they both became very happy. Text 40. Indeed, they began chanting the holy name of Krishna on that very spot, and in this way, dancing, Advaitacharya and Nityananda Prabhu reached Jagannath Puri. Text 41. Then, for the second time, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sent garlands through Swarup Damodar, another personal associate. Thus, they went forward, sent by the son of Mother Sachi. Text 42. When the devotees from Bengal reached Lake Narendra, Swarup Damodar and others met them and offered them garlands given by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 43. When the devotees finally reached the Lion Gate, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard the news and personally went to meet them. Text 44. Then Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and all his devotees visited Lord Jagannath. Finally, accompanied by them all, he returned to his own residence. Text 45. Vaninatha Raya and Kasi Mishra then brought a large quantity of prasadam, and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu distributed with his own hand and fed them all. Text 46. In the previous year, everyone had his own particular residence, and the same residences were again offered. Thus, they all went to take rest. Text 47. For 4 continuous months, all the devotees remained there and enjoyed chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 48. As in the previous year, they all watched at the Kundika temple when the time for Ratha-yātrā arrived. Text 49. The inhabitants of Kulina Grama delivered silken robes to Lord Jagannath, and as previously, they all danced before the Lord's car. Text 50. After dancing a great deal, they all went to a nearby garden and took rest beside the lake. Text 51. A Brahmana named Krishnadasa, who was a resident of Radha-desha and a servant of Lord Chaitanya and a servant of Lord Nityananda, was a very fortunate person. Text 52. It was Krishnadasa who filled a great water pot and poured it over the Lord while he was taking his bath. The Lord was greatly satisfied by this. Text 53. The remnants of food offered to the Lord at the Balagandhi then arrived in great quantity, and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and all his devotees ate it. Text 54. As in the previous year, the Lord with all the devotees saw the Ratha-yātrā festival and the Hera Panchami festival as well. Text 55. Advaita-charya then extended an invitation to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and then there was a great rainstorm connected with that incident. Text 56. All these episodes have been elaborately described by Srila Vrndavana Dasa Thakur. Then one day Sri Vasa Thakur extended an invitation to the Lord. Text 57. The Lord's favorite vegetables were cooked by Malini Devi, the wife of Sri Vasa Thakur. She devotedly considered herself a maidservant of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but in affection she was just like a mother.